It's here. It's here. Oh my, it's here. Free agency has arrived. The legal tampering period just moments away from getting going. And the Houston Texans have already been very, very busy before they go out there and sign any of the available free agents they've picked up and kept some of their own free agents. Lots to get to here in the next few hours here on the channel. We'll talk about what the Texans have already done. We'll talk about what the Texans still have to do. We'll talk about some of the big moves across the NFL landscape and if they have any sort of ramifications or shockwaves that hit the Houston Texans. Oh, so much more. Your comments, your questions, your joys, and your concerns as well throughout the course of this one. Welcome to the channel. I'm Cody Stoots. Let's talk some Texans. Let's talk some free agency. Let's do it with my favorite energy drink, which is the Ghost Welch's Grape Crayon energy drink. It's new, and it's already one of my favorites. Cheers to you. Hope you're having a fantastic Monday morning. Okay, as I mentioned, lots to get into with the Houston Texans. A bunch of guys that they've already brought back in the past 24 hours. It filled some incredible needs for them. We'll go over a lot of the moves the Texans have made from the early point of last week to where they are now and what they still have to do. Today's show, the free agent show, the long stream that we got going on for you here, is brought to you by a brand new sponsor. He's a Texans fan just like you. My guy Zach at Ace Outdoor Solutions can transform your backyard. Turn your backyard into the paradise, the oasis that you want it to be. From a new pool to a custom patio cover to that outdoor kitchen that you've always wanted. Call Zach today for a free quote. 346-237-0573. AceOutdoorSolutions.com. You can find all the information down in the description. We appreciate Zach and Ace Outdoor Solutions for sponsoring the video. You'll see them here on the channel. And, man, transform that backyard. Make it fantastic for the upcoming summer. The Texans are bringing back Ed Ingram and Sheldon Rankins this morning. Ingram getting a 3-year deal. Rankins getting a 2-year deal. Rankins with a little bit of a pay bump, and Ed Ingram, he got a big pay bump off what he was making in that rookie salary. So we will talk at length about that. But the Texans have gone and brought back 2 starters here this morning ahead of the legal tampering period getting going. And what is essentially the start of free agency. Rankins, of course, played a ton of defensive tackle for the Texans last year and was a really solid player, much better down the stretch than at different points earlier in the year. And then Ed Ingram played his best year of football, and he ended up getting $12.5 million in average annual value thereabout. And really the deal kind of jumps into a 2-year, $24 million deal when you factor in the guaranteed money and kind of when you might want to move on from a guard unless they're playing pretty well. Paying a guy right off of his best season, not always the ideal situation. That's what the Texans did with Ingram, but him checking in a lot below what I expected him to get. I thought he could have got another, $5, maybe $6 million in average annual value out there on true free agency. It says something, too, about Ingram. If maybe there was a little bit more to be had in free agency, that maybe he took just a tiny bit less, even though it's not maybe a huge discount, took a tiny bit less from the okay, hold on. So there's a little bit of breaking news. Bookmark it so we get to it. Took a tiny bit less than the free agent open market for him to stick around with the Texans. It was where he's had the most success. He knows the system. He knows the coaches. He knows his teammates. If indeed it is Jake Andrews at center, and if indeed it is Trent Brown at right tackle, Ingram slid in nicely between them as one of the steadying forces in that offensive line. So Texans bringing back Ed Ingram and Sheldon Rankins this morning amongst the various other moves that they have done. Now, this is not your typical show. We will just kind of go as things go, and we will get to various things as they pop up. We'll go through all the moves the Texans have made. We'll go through some of the other significant moves But let's go to the latest that just popped up from Ian Rappaport. The 49ers are now open to trading Pro Bowl left tackle Trent Williams, according to Ian Rappaport, if his situation doesn't get resolved. Williams is frustrated with the process. He's due $32 million in salary with a $38 million plus cap number for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, Trent Williams, when he gets frustrated, he's not a happy camper, and usually he finds himself on the way out of a situation. Think about when he was in Washington and he hated the situation that was happening there with the, at the time, Redskins, now Commanders. And I'll be very interested to keep an eye on this Trent Williams situation, because as we talked about last week on SNL, there are not a lot of left tackle situations available that Trent Williams could just slide right in there and go find an opportunity to play right away and then find the money. Now, obviously, the money is going to be, it's going to be very expensive for Trent Williams if indeed he does get moved, but he's still one of the best left tackles in all of football. It's funny, his cap number is basically his age. But now having to pay for it in a trade in addition to getting the big money, I don't know exactly what the 49ers would want in a trade, but it's something to keep an eye on. It's something to pay attention to as the day rolls on and as we kind of see more and more things start to happen. So be interested to see exactly what happens with that Trent Williams situation. And a couple of people predicting Chicago for Trent Williams. Maybe. But let's talk about some of those moves the Texans got done here in the past couple of hours. And let's really dive into those, and we'll go through all the moves that the Texans had as well throughout the course of this offseason so far and what still has yet to be done. Over the weekend, a couple of smaller signings. They brought back E.J. Speed, M.J. Stewart, Naquan Jones, but the two notable ones here, the Texans bringing back Ed Ingram on a 3-year, $37.5 million deal, $20 million or so guaranteed. I think those numbers are still fluctuating. We're still figuring out exactly what the ultimate number is here for Ed Ingram, but Ed Ingram getting a deal that is a lot lower than I expected for a guy like Ingram. If he hit true free agency, I wonder if he could have made $45 million in his total amount of his contract. Now, what's the difference between 37.5 and 45 million? It's not super significant, but it'd be a few million more bucks than what he's getting right now. I thought $15 million in average annual value was definitely going to be where the Texans were with Ed Ingram. Ultimately, they come in a little bit below that number. And again, the guaranteed money, I think I put 20 on here. I think it comes up to about 23.5, maybe 24 ultimately. And so that's something to really pay attention to, because it essentially turns into a 2-year, $12 million each year deal. So 2 years, 24 sounds a little bit better, a little bit different than $37.5 million. So that was the first of the notable re-signings that the Texans had, and it is officially go time here for NFL free agency. The legal tampering period is here. We'll keep you updated on all the big moves that happen. We'll go through some of the other big moves that have happened. The Texans also bringing back Sheldon Rankins, 2 years, $12 million. And that will be an interesting one to watch develop and age, because Rankins is a little bit of an older player. He's been through quite a bit. The Texans liked him a lot last year, and he made a little over $5 million, so he's set to make a little over $6 million for the next 2 seasons. So Sheldon Rankins back with the Texans, and you see, look, that was exactly D'Amico Ryans' reaction to Sheldon Rankins coming back. This is actually a live photo that we have here. We actually have a live photo of D'Amico Ryans and Sheldon Rankins. I'm kidding, of course. But the Houston Texans bringing back their starting defensive tackle. They now have back on defense Will Anderson, Sheldon Rankins, Tommy Togiai, Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. If they want to start Jalen Reed again, they have got Jalen Reed, Azeez Al-Shire, and Henry To'o. And if they want to play 3 linebackers, they brought back EJ Speed over the weekend. That defense has the run it back ability, and they have the benefit of the doubt on run it back on defense because they are very good at defense. They are very good at what they do. So the run it back opportunity for the Texans on defense, a little bit easier to understand than any of the run it back situations that they may find themselves in on offense. I like the Rankins deal. Was not the biggest investment, certainly not a cheap investment if it is indeed fully guaranteed, as I have seen a couple of different times. But Rankins is back with the Texans. Super Chats will go to the front of the line. And, of course, so we'll get to as many of your comments, your questions, your joys, and concerns as possible. Anima 35. Hi, Cody. Appreciate all you do. Could we still get both the Steelers guard and Cade Mays? So the Steelers guard that Anima is talking about is Isaac Seumalo. Malo is a left guard primarily. He has played left guard for the most part for the past few seasons. So when you look at the Texans offensive line, left tackle, Ariante Ursary, right tackle for now, Trent Brown, right guard, Ed Ingram, and then left guard, open. Not a starter at left guard available. So Isaac Seumalo, certainly a player that the Texans could find themselves with. And we have our first huge, massive monster deal of the day. And we'll get to that here in just 1 second. But yes, they could still get Isaac Seumalo, and they still could go get Cade Mays, the Panthers center/guard, to upgrade over Jake Andrews if you believe him to be an upgrade. I don't know if I totally believe him to be an upgrade, but they certainly could go get him. Appreciate you for the super chat, Anima. Dominic Castillo, perfect. Now put Cody at center. Could have been able to get to the second level. Buddy, if I barely can bend over and snap the football. So I don't know about putting me at center. I would be bowled over very quickly. I appreciate the kind words, though, in the super chat. Zombie ate my streams using his member chat. He's been a member for 11 months. I can't believe it's been a year. I remember watching live and seeing your reaction to Tunsil being traded. Yeah, it was a doozy when Laramie Tunsil got moved right as we were getting ready to finish the live stream. We kept it going, then we rolled it into SNL. It was a lot of fun. Zombie, appreciate you for being a member of the channel. Here we go with our first giant deal of the day. Free agent wide receiver Alec Pierce is going nowhere. He returns to the Indianapolis Colts on a 4-year, $116 million deal per the Pat McAfee show. How about that? Adam Schefter giving credit to his colleague at ESPN. So Pierce getting a massive deal with the Indianapolis Colts, $116 million, checking in at $29 million in average annual value, which is an absolutely ridiculous amount of money to pay a player like Alec Pierce. But the Indianapolis Colts are just a weird franchise. $30 million in average annual value is more than T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle, DJ Moore, George Pickens on the franchise tag, Jameson Williams, Devontae Smith, Nico Collins, Pierce's teammate, Michael Pittman Jr., Cortland Sutton, Devontae Adams, all those players less than $30 million in average annual value. And in fact, Amon-Ra St. Brown only makes $2,500 more in average annual value than Alec Pierce now. I say $29 million, $30 million in a year, basically $30 million a year. Alec Pierce back to the Indianapolis Colts. Gah, that is awful. I get that Alec Pierce is an important piece to what they do. I get he's had some really nice moments in the NFL, but it's been really a collection of smaller moments more so than like a huge breakout. Pierce has less than 3,000 receiving yards in 4 seasons. He has 17 touchdowns scattered over those 4 seasons. And yes, he did lead the league in yards per reception the past 2 seasons, but my goodness, the Colts are paying Daniel Jones over $33 million per year. They're paying Alec Pierce $29 million a year. They're paying Michael Pittman over $22 million per year. Good gravy. They got some big money there over in Indianapolis, and they decided to spend it to keep their deep threat wide receiver. And I guess the market was really strong for Alec Pierce because that's a really strong contract for Alec Pierce. Let's see if there are anything going on here, if there's any other moves here that we need to pay attention to. Man, there's got to be some wide receivers going to ask for a little bit of a pay bump here. Huh? A little bit of a pay bump, maybe? By the way, that Ed Ingram number, according to Alpha Aaron, is checking in at $23.5 million in guaranteed money. So Ed Ingram, essentially a 2-year, $24 million deal, but could find themselves with that third year with, not that much guaranteed money attached to it. $29 million a year for Alec Pierce is amongst one of the worst contracts I've ever seen. Amongst one of the worst contracts I've ever seen. Barrett, good shout out to the Chris Ballard moment that Landry Locker caught. He's our best kid. He's our best kid. In the press box in the Colts-Texans game to end the season. And really, if Pierce doesn't get thrown out of that game, the Texans might have lost that game and found themselves not in the 5th seed in the playoffs. He plays worthy of that contract against us, but not over a whole season. Fascinating. Fascinating to see from the Colts spend nearly $30 million a year for a wide receiver that's had promptly 1,000-yard receiving season. Will Fuller was born too young. Or too soon. Born too soon. Will Fuller would have loved the modern NFL. Will Fuller would have had a $35 million a year average annual value. Goodness gracious. All right, the Patriots added a mid-level pass rusher, Dremont Jones from the Ravens. Nothing to note too much there. So there you go. All right, a couple of your comments. I'll get to as many as I can. They're certainly flooding in here. Gunner, Cody, appreciate the work, brother. Been counting down the days. Yeah, we're going to have some fun here. Have some fun. MMA gods. Lunch break just in time. Yeah, got here just in time for sure. For sure. That demon is still in the division. Yeah. He does get behind the Houston Texans in a pretty good manner. So have to contend with him for a few more years. Mega overpay except when he plays the Texans. White T.Y. Hilton. That's a good one. Colts now have to release Quentin Nelson. Ball. If Quentin Nelson got released, he'd immediately be the most expensive guard on the market. And I got to imagine anybody and everybody be signing up for a little Quentin Nelson action. Cody, apparently the Colts offered Daniel Jones a $100 million contract. Why the hell would he decline? Probably thinks he can get more out of him. Will Fuller shaking his fist at the clouds. That's true. Overpaying for third in the South. Yikes. Rich Boy J with the super chat. Thank you, Rich Boy. Do you trust our current wide receiver core? So the current wide receiver core for the Houston Texans, and I have a little infographic that we can bring up and reference from time to time. The current wide receiver group: Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Xavier Hutchinson, Justin Watson, Tank Dell, and a couple of future reserve contracts in Josh Kelly and Jared Wayne for the Texans. Do I trust them? Yes. Could they be a little bit better? Sure. I'd love a burner. I'd love a pure speed element added to this wide receiver room. So a pure speed element would be a good one. If you could add that, but I trust the wide receiver room right now. If you're looking at this screen, you're wondering why are these guys in red? These are either returning players that were re-signed like Trent Brown or Ingram, or players that got extensions like Danielle Hunter to Dalton Schultz. And then of course, David Montgomery was an addition via trade, but I trust the wide receiver group could use some more speed, ultimately, is what I'd be looking for if I was trying to get the wide receiver room rounded out. So a little bit more of a straight line speed guy. Eric Stokes to the Raiders. 3-year deal worth $30 million, $20 million guaranteed. Cool. Let's get some of these O-linemen off the board, huh? Let's see what's happened with these O-linemen. Nothing really jumped on here. In case you want to see this one, a very regular, oh my God, it's Sunday morning, I forgot to pick somebody up. I'm going to pick up Olamide Zaccheaus. He is headed to the Atlanta Falcons from the Chicago Bears, continuing to open up things for Luther Burden. So if you've had a rough Sunday morning and needed an emergency pick up somebody to play wide receiver in fantasy football, you've probably picked up Zaccheaus before. So there's that. Not much to note from there. Any other deals? Colts are pretty pumped about Alec Pierce sticking around. AP is staying, their most recent tweet. Super Chats, of course, jumped to the front of the line. Where's David Montgomery going in fantasy? I would think he's going to be the lead back. He's going to be the goal line back for the Texans. They did a good enough job getting into the red zone. They just couldn't punch it in last year. Short yardage carries, and not a negative in the receiving standpoint. I mean, there's a number of running backs I'd rather have over David Montgomery from a fantasy standpoint, but I would think he's somewhere in the teens from a fantasy standpoint, like late teens, early 20s of overall running backs. You got to think about guys who are going to go past him this year. Like, people are going to still draft Genty past him. I guess maybe like Pollard would be below him. Yeah, he's going to be in the late teens, early 20s of overall running backs. But maybe it could be a little steal for you if he's going to be the lead back for a team that wants to run the football a lot. Appreciate you, Risque Barber, for the super chat. Got a little March Madness on our plates here pretty soon. Me and old Risque Barber. Bryce Celestino with the super chat. Cody, I love watching you and Landry on SNL. Cody, you said that you love eating a Laredo Taqueria on Washington. Let me know when you go. You can skip the line and it will be on me. Hit me up. Bryce, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. You don't have to, certainly don't have to take care of me when I go to the Laredo Taqueria, but I do enjoy a good breakfast taco. But Bryce, I appreciate that. And send me an email. We'll do something with the Laredo Taqueria people. Appreciate that. Adam asking, any chance we bring home Devon Achane? I don't anticipate that Devon Achane is going to find himself in Houston. The Texans seem to have made their commitment at running back to David Montgomery, so I don't think Achane is going to be on the trade block, and I don't believe Miami should trade him. Oh, JB Allen, the Annihilator. 10 gifted memberships to Houston football with Cody Stoots. Appreciate you, JB Allen. Thank you for the support of the channel. The gifted members are going to really enjoy that. Appreciate you, JB, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chats and the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. I need all that. We get a good left guard in the draft, or question mark. It's what I expect at least. LOL, line won't look too bad if Ingram performs still and Trent stays healthy. And, of course, if Ursary gets better, which I'm betting on. LOL. Okay, Ursary's got to get better. Sure, that's a given, and most of us would expect that he's going to get better. So I could see that as well. You need better center play. Ingram's got to be as good, maybe a little bit better in his second year with the team and the first year of that new contract. Trent Brown's got to stay healthy. That one's the toughest one to kind of achieve, I would say. So what could you do at left guard? Well, you could sign a free agent. There's still some out there. And then you could, of course, ultimately draft somebody. Emmanuel Pregnon, is a guy at left guard that a lot of people are going to connect with the Houston Texans at the 28th overall pick, certainly at the 38th overall pick. Big mauler from Oregon, biggest hands at the combine, looked like Thor's hammer when he had his fist on the table. So, yeah, left guard in the draft, or if you sign a veteran, maybe you spend that first pick on a right tackle to back up Trent Brown. So certainly some options there. Yeah, they have kept themselves from getting boxed in their draft plan. D-Skills Houston, thanks for some knowledgeable local sports talk, man. If you want to talk Texans, there's 3 places you go. Okay, you go to SNL with myself and Landry Locker. You go to the locker room with Landry Locker, and you come here on Houston Football with Cody Stoots. If you want to talk Texans, those are the 3 places you go. Appreciate you, D-Skills. Connor, love your show, Cody. Always watching you and SNL. Connor, appreciate you for checking out the show today, the live show. We're here for a little while. Going to be hanging out with you, talking all about free agency as things get going. So appreciate you, Connor, for the super chat. Zombie ate my streams. Also, free agent starting today is such an amazing birthday gift. Hopefully we'll get someone good today. Happy birthday to you. Zombie ate my streams. It was a good job by your parents birthing you on this day many years ago. And appreciate you for checking out the stream. Happy birthday. Hope you have a fantastic plan for that birthday as well. So thank you. Stone Valley King with the super chat. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Major Payne got one of the gifted memberships. He appreciates that. When do you think the Will Anderson Jr. extension happens? I would think after free agency's gone for a little bit, probably before the owners' meeting. And if not, I don't think there's necessarily a timeline where you have to get Will Anderson done. But I would think it's not going to be too terribly long. I would say if you're the Texans, try to get it done ASAP, because if any big-time pass rusher gets a new contract like Max Crosby, you probably reset the market and you probably have to have a little bit more invested in Will Anderson than you would maybe hoped or expected. Cade Mays and Seumalo, then a guard and right tackle in the draft. You build that line. Build that line. I'd give all $20 million to Tyler Linderbomb and call it a day. Is that what the Texans' current projected cap space is? About $20 million bucks? Give it all to Tyler Linderbomb, call it a day. I don't think $20 million a year is going to get it done. That's the first big offensive line shoe waiting to drop. Whoo! $84 million in guarantees for Alec Pierce, according to Albert Breer. $84 million in guaranteed money. Whoo! Man. $21 million in guaranteed money. Of course, he's going to make more than that because he's going to play out at least a few years of that contract. Golly. I mean, there's a chance that ends up being one of the worst wide receiver contracts of all time. There's a chance. I don't know. I'm not going to say it's likely. There's certainly a chance. The only wide receivers that have more guaranteed money in their contract than Alec Pierce, Hayden Winks doing the work on this one. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson, and A.J. Brown. Dude. Goodness gracious. Alec Pierce has one of the best agents I've ever seen in my entire life. What a great job by that guy. What a great job by that guy. They got to get rid of Michael Pittman, right? He's making like $22 million a year. Cody, don't forget the Texans Collective. You're on that show. Yep. SNL, The Locker Room, Houston Football, Cody Stoots, the Texans Collective with Sean Pendergast, Reggie Atatula, Landry Locker, and Cody Stoots. Those are your 4 places to talk Texans. Cody, this is the best show of the year, in my opinion. Appreciate you for watching. Appreciate you for watching. Of course, today's show brought to you by my friends at Ace Outdoor Solutions. Zach's a Texans fan just like you, and he wants to bring your backyard to life. From a custom patio cover to a pool. Maybe you want to put that in your backyard. Maybe you've already got some things out there, but you just want to take it to the next level. Ace Outdoor Solutions can do that for you. You see some of the beautiful work there on the screen. Zach does a fantastic job. He's been showing me a bunch of the work that he's been working on. He does the updates of some of the different projects over there at Ace Outdoor Solutions on Instagram. And, man, you can get a free quote right there at the website. You can also call him. When you call Ace Outdoor Solutions, you're talking to the big boss. You're talking to head honcho. You're not going through 17 switchboards to get to somebody who's going to take 6 weeks to get back to you. No. That's not Zach. Zach at Ace Outdoor Solutions. Zach at Ace Outdoor Zach at Ace Outdoor Solutions is going to take care of you. From pergolas to pools to your beautiful, entertaining space outside. From improving it to creating it from your dreams, Zach can bring it to life. We appreciate Ace Outdoor Solutions for being our sponsor of the big free agency show. And boom, do we have a monster one coming. The money TBD. Oh, crap. The AFC just got a little bit tougher. Kenneth Walker III is headed to the Kansas City Chiefs, according to Tom Pelissero. The money will, I'm sure, make its way out here in the coming moments, but the Kansas City Chiefs, who have had a really, really tough time consistently running the football, are getting the Super Bowl MVP. In their quest to get back to the Super Bowl, the Chiefs are adding the Super Bowl MVP. Son of a bitch. What a deal. What a move by the Kansas City Chiefs. This takes them out of the Jeremiah Love sweepstakes. I'll be waiting on the money as I'm watching it here on Twitter live load just to see what the money is going to be. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to be the home for the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker. Wow. Man, so the Chiefs rebuilding in a hurry. They're going to get Kenneth Walker in free agency. They've got a top 10 pick. They've got a pick right there at the end of the first round. Be very interesting to see what they do with that money. But this is probably one of the most significant ripple effects for the Houston Texans, because the Kansas City Chiefs will likely find themselves at some point in the path of the Houston Texans. This and the Max Crosby trade to Baltimore, even though those teams are not necessarily on the schedule, they are hurdles for you to cross eventually, or someone's going to have to cross them off. Let's see what the numbers are on Kenneth Walker as we wait for it to pop up. But Kenneth Walker to the Kansas City Chiefs is the first of the huge moves here in NFL free agency. My goodness, that sucks. Now, they got to get better on the offensive line. The Chiefs don't have a right tackle. Their left guard situation's a little unsettled. Their left tackle situation is a little bit of a question mark. I guess Baltimore is on the schedule. Is Baltimore on the schedule? I thought that they were not on the schedule. Rich Boyd, going to double-check you here. Yeah, the Ravens are coming to NRG Stadium. Yep, they're coming to NRG Stadium. They're not on the road this year, though. The Ravens are on the schedule. You're right about that, Rich Boy. All right, waiting for the money on Kenneth Walker. That's the big one here. Yep, we play the Ravens in NRG. Thank you. Chiefs not on the schedule. What is it? Chiefs. The Bills are on the schedule. The Chiefs not on the schedule. It's one of those, there's a bunch of those, like, we play them every year type things. It's popped up in my brain. Already, not even an hour in and my brain's already mush. We'll fix it, though. We'll be better. You know what I need? A little bit more of the Go juice. Yes, Chiefs not on the schedule. Ravens are on the schedule. Max Crosby, the most significant ripple effect of the big moves. This is a big one because you got to imagine the Chiefs are going to get back into the conversation here in the AFC. Probably not going to be a long stay away from the playoffs for the Kansas City Chiefs. Yes, Chiefs not on the schedule. Ravens are on the schedule. Let's just go through it real quick here. Your 2026 road opponents: Colts, Jags, Titans, Browns, Steelers, Chargers, Eagles, Commanders, Packers. Probably going to try to make that Lambeau. Probably going to try to make that that Lambeau trip. And then your home teams: Colts, Jaguars, Titans, Ravens, Bengals, Bills, Cowboys, and the Giants. Cowboys and Giants will be really fun NFC teams coming to town. So there's your – I know that was probably hard to see. It was easier to see on my screen, but there you go. Take a look at what Kenneth Walker has to say here on his social media. He's pumped. He's pumped about heading to Kansas City. Yeah, I got to imagine he is. He's going to be a very rich man. Be a very, very rich man. And best I can tell, the number 9 is not accounted for on the Kansas City Chiefs by a player that matters. Juju Smith-Schuster recently, the owner of the number 9. So Kenneth Walker, he's pumped to be in Kansas City. Again, the Super Bowl MVP headed to the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, much smaller deal, but if you were paying attention to the tight end market, Cade Otton is headed back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from Jonathan Jones. A couple of super chats to get to. Paul Newton with the super chat. Paul, thank you for the super chat. Smash Paw. Buy a fountain drink. You get a ghost for $1 at Circle K. Ooh, Smash Paw. Good looking out on that. Good looking out on that. Buy a fountain drink and a ghost for $1 at Circle K. I have to find me some Circle Ks. You know I'm not passing up a fountain drink. I have too much caffeine if I do that. Thanks for good looking out. Good looking out, Smash Paw. Cody, do you expect the Texans making any moves today? Sure do. Sure do. Don't know exactly when they're going to make that move, but I sure do expect them to make a move or two today. If you remember last year on the first day, it was primarily small stuff, bringing their guys back is what they did. But like it was Barnett came back. It was just smaller signings. Then they traded Larry Tunsil, which was not small. It wasn't a signing or free agency, but it was a big trade. So Cade Otton to the Bucs maybe moves Kenyon Sadiq down a little bit. Yeah, maybe. That's not a bad way to look at it, Bryce. It's not a bad way to look at it. Is Isaiah Pacheco a free agent? He certainly is. He certainly is. You think Nick is ripping a line right now making calls? Yeah, of pre-workout probably. Like puts the Rise pre-workout out, just dry scoops it right into his mouth, throws the water in there, swallow, call up a free agent. You want to make a deal? You want to make a deal? All right, let's do this here. While we have a little bit of a lull in some of the action, and we're waiting on Kenneth Walker's money, okay? We're waiting on Kenneth Walker's money and what ultimately he got. Let's take a quick recap here of what the Houston Texans have done so far in the offseason. They traded Titus Howard to Cleveland for a 5th-round pick. It's the first pick in the 5th round, so pretty high 5th-round pick, not like just a toss-away 5th-round pick, basically into the 4th round, if you want to go about it like that. But they started off their offseason moves of note with that. They acquired David Montgomery in a trade for a 4th-rounder, a 7th-rounder, and Juice Scruggs. So they got their starting running back, a guy who is a thumper, a short yardage specialist. Has been a few years since he's been a 1,000-yard rusher, but he's been in a committee primarily most of his time. So that's something to pay attention to, as he will be in a committee now with Woody Marks, and those skill sets align really well. Maybe a little expensive for my taste. Rumors that other teams were interested, but Montgomery, and there's likely to be a contract adjustment for Montgomery. They re-signed Trent Brown to 1-year deal up to $7 million. Trent can probably start for you if you need him to. He could also be an excellent backup. I think this is my favorite picture of any Texan from last year. So Trent Brown, he's back for the Houston Texans, and he's potentially your starter at right tackle or a high-level backup at both right and left tackle if you get a better starter. They extended Danielle Hunter, adding 1 year and $40.1 million to Danielle Hunter's deal. Some of those specifics have started to come out. He's getting a lot of that guaranteed in that second year. They spread it out in a couple of different ways with signing bonus and yada, yada. But Danielle Hunter getting a big, big deal to find himself with the Texans in 2027. Of course, a year ago, they did something similar to get him here in 2026. They extended Dalton Schultz 1 year, $12.6 million for Dalton Schultz. Schultz was under contract in 2026. He is indeed in 2027 going to be on this team unless something catastrophic happens, but Schultz is sticking around for the Houston Texans. They re-signed EJ Speed. Now, this one felt a little pricey to me. $13.5 million for a guy that made $4 million last year. And so it felt a little pricey for me for a guy that they play two linebackers. You've got Henry To'oto'o, you've got Azeez Al-Shire. So Speed doesn't get on there a ton. Felt a little pricey. I mean, pricey in that it doesn't keep you from doing something else, but it's a little expensive. It ultimately really is a 1 year, $7 million deal. He's got 7.5 guaranteed on this. So ultimately 1 year, $7.5 million there. They re-signed MJ Stewart on a deal up to $3 million for 1 year. Solid backup. You would hope you could improve at safety. You'd hope it would improve at safety over what Stewart did, but Jalen Reed's going to get a crack at it, I would think. They re-signed Naquan Jones. I really like that. 1 year, $2 million. He's not guaranteed to be on the roster, but he will fight and fight and fight and fight and claw and scratch to try to be on this roster when it is all said and done. They, of course, released Joe Mixon and Jimmy Ward. Mixon freed up, I think, $8 million in cap space. Jimmy Ward freed up less than $1 million. Ed Ingram, we've talked about that. He got a new 3-year deal. That guaranteed money is wrong. I made this graphic earlier today. It comes into about $24 million guaranteed. And then Sheldon Rankins, $12 million over 2 years. I believe most of that, if not all of that, is going to be guaranteed as well. So there's what the Texans have done right now. No moves of note today just yet from the Houston Texans, but we will keep our eyes on it, and we will get the contract numbers here for Kenneth Walker as it is out. And, oh, gosh, it is really not as expensive as I thought it was going to be. Jordan Schultz, Starbucks baby, as Landry likes to call him. The Kenneth Walker deal checks in at 3 years, $43.05 million, worth up to $45 million. He gets nearly $30 million guaranteed. Okay, this is not as expensive as I was made out to be. This is not as expensive as a lot of people thought it was going to be. The top running back in average annual value is $20.6 million a year, and that's Saquon Barkley. Christian McCaffrey makes $19 million in average annual value. Derrick Henry makes $15 million in average annual value. Derrick Henry's 31 with a ton of wear and tear on his body. He makes $15 million in average annual value. Hell, the franchise tag is 14.2. I thought Kenneth Walker was going to get much more money than this. Wow. I thought this was going to be a much bigger deal. And seeing this number and seeing the amount of money that it cost, I can't help but feel there's at least a little bit of like, I mean, this is absolutely something the Texans could have done. Absolutely, the Texans could have fit this dollar amount in there. Man, I thought he was getting I thought he was getting $17 or $18 million in average annual value. I definitely feel like the Texans could have fit this money in there. When you start thinking about average annual values, David Montgomery is only $6 million per year less expensive than Kenneth Walker. Man, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, I guess the Texans got word that it was going to be much more expensive. But, gee whiz. I feel like this is something the Texans could have done. I feel like this is something the Texans could have done. Kenneth Walker is better at football than David Montgomery. Kenneth Walker is better at football than David Montgomery. I mean, they save essentially Sheldon Rankins' contract in average annual value. The guaranteed money is not that much. Under $30 million guaranteed. So essentially, this is a 2-year. Let's just call it a 2-year, $32 million a year contract, essentially, when you look at the guaranteed money. Let's call it $16 million guaranteed. It's the third highest guaranteed at signing that a running back ever got, behind only Saquon Barkley and Ashton Genty. So it's the highest guaranteed at signing for a running back ever outside of Saquon Barkley's contract extension with Philadelphia. So that is expensive. But I thought he was getting much more. He's not. Okay. So only a $6 million a year difference between Kenneth Walker and David Montgomery before the Texans do anything to his contract. Because the rumors are they're going to do something to the contract. All right. There we see. We'll see. A couple of super chats. We'll get to your comments in the chat as well. Dominic Castillo just waiting for Cody to get the call to play center for the Texans. But if they call me, I'll take the money, but I'm not going to be very good. I'm going to be very good. Appreciate you, Dominic, for the super chat. Hack a Shack. Trent Brown looks like the world's largest 12-year-old. He does not look like a player that has been through a ton of NFL football like he has. Hack a Shack, appreciate you for the super chat. Let's pull up that Trent Brown picture and just kind of show everybody. What is it? Trent Brown. Thank you for the super chat, Hack a Shack. Thank you, DRF, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Houston JP. I just got here. We talked about Ed Ingram yet? If so, what are your opinions on it? We have talked about Ed Ingram. Felt like he could have got a little bit more in free agency. The Texans saved a tiny bit on Ed Ingram. But ultimately got their right guard back from last year, and it's kind of a 2-year, $24 million deal when you think about the guaranteed money from that standpoint. But yeah, and Ingram's a decent re-signing, a decent bring back. Sounds like Kenneth Walker wants to be a Chief. Yeah, it takes two to tango. Perhaps the Texans got word that Kenneth Walker maybe wouldn't be interested should he hit free agency, but it does to me feel like the money that Kenneth Walker got was a little bit lower than a lot of people expected. And this, of course, will have ripple effects down to free agency because Travis Etienne's a free agent. Rico Dowdle is a free agent. Holy moly, look at that deal. All right, couple of deal updates for you here. We'll get back to the Kenneth Walker conversation. Tom Pelissero reporting that Jalen Watson, the Chiefs cornerback, is headed to the Rams. So the Rams are revamping that secondary. That's not the big one here. Look at this. Jalen Phillips is headed to the Carolina Panthers on a 4-year, $120 million deal and $80 million in guaranteed. Carolina getting a pass rusher. Getting a pass rusher for their defensive line after Phillips had a really strong finish after getting traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. So a couple of big-time moves coming down here in the past few. 4 years, $120 million for the big fella, Jalen Phillips. All right, let me get back to some of those. Rich Boy has a super chat. We'll get back to some of those Kenneth Walker comments here. Would a 1-year, $3 million contract at center be worth being the most hated man in the city after you bomb at that position? LOL. You know about me? I mean, yeah, it'd be worth it for me. I don't think it'd be worth it for the Texans. Houston Texans signed a local fat media member. He actually has no football playing experience, has never snapped a football in his life, but he's going to try to beat out Jake Andrews, and they paid him $3 million to do it. I wouldn't make it through the offseason workouts. Thank you, Rich Boy. Okay, a couple of your comments here. Walker seems a little bit more injury prone. He does have a longer injury history than David Montgomery. Absolutely. Montgomery has been a very healthy player in his time in the NFL. All right, so we got some more news coming. And we'll get to that in just a second. That's Sheldon Rankins less than Walker. I'd rather have Montgomery and Rankins. I mean, you could have still had Rankins and had Walker. $6 million's a lot. I get it. Seems like that theory that Caserio was paranoid about a Saquon situation was pretty close to right. If you're wondering what Barack is talking about, he's saying, my thought was the Texans reportedly had a better offer for Saquon Barkley than what he took initially with the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Texans kind of got caught holding their money when the guy picked another team because he wanted to play for the other team. And I wonder if the Montgomery deal was about not finding themselves in that situation this year. So give a little bit of credence to that theory, if you will. Okay, so a couple of trade to talk about here. A couple of other updates. $6 million's a chunk. 3-year, 45. Yeah. $15 million a year would be fine. Would you trade for Aaron Brewer, the center from Miami? Why not? Can't be that much. Add some competition. Walker lost carries to Charbonnet. If he's so great, they wouldn't have done that. Walker was an overpay. It's smart for us to stay away. Here's the problem. Zach Charbonnet sucked, and Kenneth Walker didn't. And everybody wondered why they gave Charbonnet carries. Who'd be your most surprising Texans acquisition via free agency? It could be good or bad. I mean, Linderbomb would be a huge surprise. They're not going to get him, but it'd be a huge surprise. I'm actually surprised he's not signed yet. Chiefs lost both their top corners. Yikes, but at least they had Kenneth Walker. Okay, let me get caught up here on some of these deals going down. The Colts are trading Michael Pittman to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they dump out of the expensive wide receiver contract that got supplanted by Alec Pierce. They're dumping out of that. The Pittsburgh Steelers, it's a late-round pick swap. So the Steelers, a little bit better. With that, they still don't have a quarterback. And if they bring back Aaron Rodgers, they still don't have a quarterback. So Michael Pittman gets that. And then Adam Schefter, Adam Schefter, Laramie Tunsil to sign a 2-year, $60.2 million extension with the Commanders. What happened, Laramie? What happened? You couldn't get oh wait, no, he reset the market again. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. Oops. Yeah, he did it again. I don't think Alpha Aaron's math is wrong here. $60.2 million extension, $32.5 million record signing bonus for offensive linemen. Resets tackle market again. Advised by his business manager. So Laramie Tunsil getting in the bag again. Resets the market again. $30.1 million. And I would also tell you that now Trent Williams costs $30.2 million, by the way. just a thought process here. $30.2 million. Probably the going rate here for Trent Williams. Wonder what the 49ers would take for Williams. I don't think that would take a lot to get him off of the 49ers. I just think it probably is really expensive once you get him on the team. Now, if you told me the Texans end up with Trent Williams when this is all said and done, and he's expensive, I'd massively overpay for him and worry about, $9 million from Montgomery. Man, Laramie takes another team to the cleaners. Laramie goes to the bank. It's the kid's book that no general manager wants to read. All right, so Laramie Tunsil gets a new deal. Probably makes Trent Williams a little bit more expensive. Michael Pittman traded. Carolina got a pass rusher for $30 million a year. Can't see Houston making a big splash, Mr. G. King says. Casera doesn't spend big money on free agency tomorrow. I feel like we'll be more active. Well, we'll be live tomorrow too. Super chat. Sean with the super chat. I don't mind on-sale linemen in free agency, but I'd prefer to keep the on-clearance linemen on the shelf. Yeah, you save a couple bucks here. Maybe. Save a couple bucks, but, people are done with the bargain shopping, it seems, for the most part. An O-lineman deal just went off the board, so we will talk about that here in just 1 second. Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. That Fort Worth guy. Prediction for the Caserio press conference. Jake Andrews will be portrayed as a guy you wouldn't want to cross in a back alley. Come on now. Don't do that to my guy, Jake. Don't do that to my guy, Jake. Don't make fun of Jake. He did he did say they're going to try to upgrade, and so if they can, I would think that they will. But we'll see. That Fort Worth guy, appreciate you for the super chat. All right, $30 million off the board, 3 years, $30 million for John Simpson. He leaves the New York Jets, and he finds himself into the equation with the Baltimore Ravens. So the Ravens that had awful guard play, just horrible guard play last year. They get a veteran, well-respected lineman. Simpson was better 2 years ago than he was this past season, but there's a guy that's at least a steadying force and a veteran they can trust a little bit for $10 million smacks. Whew. Yeah, they were playing a converted center at left guard and a converted tackle at right guard, and so they're going to get a real guard now here in John Simpson. And we have a new landing spot for Malik Willis. Malik Willis is headed to the Miami Dolphins. What in the hell are the Miami Dolphins doing? Malik Willis headed to the Miami Dolphins. I'm sure it's going to be a massive overpay. He reunites with his friends his friends from Green Bay in Miami. Because, of course, the general manager as well as the head coach came from the Green Bay Packers. And then we have a big tight end signing as well. So we will get to that here. The numbers on Malik Willis. He's making a $45 million guaranteed contract, $67.5 million over 3 years for Malik Willis. Willis threw, 30 passes last year? And he gets a big deal from his former Packers buddies who are now running the Miami Dolphins. So the new starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins is Malik Willis. I don't know if that means buy or sell Jalen Waddle, but he's the new quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. A team that is headed to NRG Stadium this season now has the third highest paid tight end in all of football. The Colts are signing Ravens tight end Isaiah Likely to a 3-year, $40 million contract with a chance to get up to $47.5 million. It makes him the third highest paid tight end according to Jordan Schultz. So let's see. Gonna have to hit that 47.5 to get into that. Third highest paid tight end in what? He's not the third highest paid tight end in anything. Not an average annual value? No. Well, I guess Hawkinson's getting adjusted down, and Kelsey's set to be a free agent. So I guess he's technically – this is right above what the franchise tag is if he gets every penny out of it. But Isaiah Likely, we talked about him on the show recently. Thought maybe $10 million a year. It's going to be a little bit over $10 million a year. But Isaiah Likely with the Giants – they got Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, Cam Scatabo. Crazy that Isaiah Likely is getting about what Kenneth Walker got. A little strange. A couple of super chats to get here. Beta Aaron. Breaking, Nick Casserole once again signed nothing with the league's sloppy seconds to win the AFC South at a divisional round exit. Come on now, Beta Aaron. Come on now, Beta Aaron. So the Ravens and Chiefs that have their QBs under their second more expensive contract, but we are still under C.J. Stroud, rookie contract, first contract that can't sign people. Stacy, your discontent with the lack of spending is noted, and I tend to agree with you to an extent. I tend to agree with you to an extent. Oh, my God. Michael Pittman's getting a brand new deal? Seems like bad money. Seems like very bad money, actually. Colts save a ton of cap space with the Pittman move, but, of course, they've spent a bunch of it on dopey Alec Pierce. All right, so Otten goes back to Tampa Bay. Isaiah Likely to the Giants. So a new deal for Michael Pittman, 3 years, $59 million. Jeez. Pittman getting a big deal. Yeah, Stacey, I mean, I get it. I get you want him to spin. A new deal for Michael Pittman. Ugh. Gross. A couple of your comments here. Gunner, Cody, what about the younger big boy, Cade Mays? I'd like to see the size of Mays at center as opposed to Andrews. Mays is 3 inches taller, about 40 pounds heavier. So certainly an intriguing player. Be interested to see what ultimately happens to Cade Mays. A couple of smaller deals going off here. Tunsil, the first lineman for 20, 25, and the first to 30. Yeah. Tunsil getting big bags. Okay. Likely to the Giants. We got that one. Did I say something else? Did I say something wrong? Yeah, likely to the Giants. The Giants are coming to town. Did I say the Jets? Sorry. Likely the Giants. Wonder if they'll trade Theo Johnson. He's someone we should try to go after. I would think they probably would like to have both of those guys, but the Giants might need to get rid of one of their depth tight ends, and they've got Thomas Fidone. If they got rid of Fidone, I'd be interested in the Texans grabbing him, though. I don't think there's much juice to Fidone. Certainly not as much as previously thought. Paz in Texas, excuse me. I have no faith in Caserio fixing the line today. Will Monroe, it's that time of year again. Free agency with Cody Stoots, always a good time. Love having this stream. It's a fun one each and every year. Go through all the big moves, talk about them. Super chats will jump to the front of the line. Trey Calhoun, what do you think the Texans will realistically do in free agency? Go for a big splash or bargain shopping again, and will you be disappointed if we don't have a big signing? I mean, I do believe there are players that could drastically improve the situation that the Texans have on the offensive line. Do they have to spend the money? I'd feel good about it if they did. I'd like, when you think about the line, like Ursery second year, Jake Andrews second year playing, Ed Ingram second year in this system. He's been good 1 year in the NFL. Trent Brown is not a 20-game player. You're going to need to play 20 games to win the Super Bowl. I'd love something a little bit more impressive and a little bit more reliable than a rookie at left guard. Certainly a rookie could have long-term potential that a veteran doesn't, but very intriguing if you have a veteran at left guard, and then again, you're not boxed into how you have to operate in the draft. You can do whatever you need to do. Disappointed? No, but I do believe there are players out there that can improve the offensive line situation at left guard and maybe even an upgrade at center. So Trey, appreciate the super chat. James, I find Nick's signing of the same old O-lineman from last year disgusting and a slap in the face to fans who spend hard-earned money on tickets. Okay. I thought Ed Ingram had a nice enough season. Would I have done something different at right guard? Yes, I'd have done something different. Continuity with the players that they like, it matters when they are rotating left guards. Continuity all of a sudden doesn't matter, but you have 4 of the 5 pieces of the offensive line that was good enough for portions of last season. Now, Ursery's got to get better. Trent Brown hopefully will be a little bit better because he's a little healthier. Ingram has to get better. You got to get better at center. Like, there's room for improvement. I don't know that it's slap in the face territory just yet. Hope the Colts don't sign Kyler Murray. It feels like a lot of people believe he's headed towards Minnesota. Nick won't pay $25 million a year for Linderbomb. Probably not. Texans have not done anything since the tampering period started. They, of course, got Sheldon Rankins and Ed Ingram under contract earlier this morning. That'd be free agency day to you, Eddie. And some smaller, less significant deals coming off of. Trent Williams available for trade. I'm seeing hold the line. They'll cut him, then pay him. It's probably not a bad way to think about things, H-Town Peagle. How long are you streaming? Well, I'm not going anywhere for the next couple hours. Be here for a while. Where did Malik Willis go? He went to Miami. Miami for Malik Willis. Don't y'all know Nick Caserio's at the rodeo the first few hours of free agency? Yeah, he's riding the spinny thing. He's getting a bacon, he's getting a bacon cheeseburger corn dog. Yeah, he's hanging out at the rodeo. Texans free agency is like Texans draft talk. Expect big things and 12 random signings on day 3. I don't know about all that. don't know about all that. They've been good in the draft. Past couple of years, they've had some really nice draft picks. As soon as I saw the Ed extension, I assumed they would only be bargain shopping. I certainly understand that assumption. Major Payne would like everybody to relax. It has only been 1 hour since tampering began. Yes, but don't you know all the fun deals get signed in the first hour? Yeah, there's still time. And again, the Texans were pretty quiet throughout the course of day one under Caserio, since Caserio and D'Amico got together. It was end of day one when they did the Danielle Hunter thing a couple of years ago. Ingram's a terrible pass blocker. He does have to get better as a pass blocker. Ed Ingram absolutely has to be better pass blocker. He's decent on the ground, in the ground game. Caserio's asleep right now and running it back. I don't know. I mean, he ain't sleeping. The guy wakes up at the crack of dawn. He beats the rooster up. You know what I mean. George, I'd love to see them guard, tight end, draft the right tackle, learn behind Trent Brown, and a really good tight end and a safety. Not a bad wish list. Not a bad wish list at all. Daytime rodeo trips are really underrated. I was out there Saturday. I was shocked at the amount of people that were not at the rodeo. I'd have to wait any lines for my delicious treats, which I will be reviewing on Food Review Friday this week. Caserio had to take a nap after signing at Ingram at 4 a.m. in the morning. There's another nap, Caserio. Casserole sent all our money to Israel from Beta Aaron. Hey, Beta Aaron, come on. Keep international politics out of this. Dime says Trent Brown is a bum. You watch your mouth, Dime. He is not a bum. Just you can't bet on him to play an entire season, be fully healthy. He is not a bum. Dime, that's mean. Trent Brown is not a bum. Would you like to see a rookie come in and beat him out to be the starting right tackle? Absolutely. But he is not a bum. Any worthwhile free agent safeties? Good question. Yeah, maybe a free agent safety. Let's see here. Goo. I'm not loving the market. Brian Cook, the safety from the Chiefs, would be an intriguing player, but he's expected to be expensive. Reed Blankenship would be interesting. Kevin Byard's probably a little old for that spot. Nothing that I'm like dying to go out there and make a move on. I like Wingard for depth, the safety from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Wingard be a pretty intriguing one. New deal alert here. After I get to the super chat, Caserio works on day 2 of free agency. Yeah, there's plenty of time to make moves. Okay, we're just getting started here. The Tennessee Titans have a new backup quarterback. Mitchell Trubisky is going to back up Cam Ward. And Cam Ward is going to get backed up by Mitchell Trubisky. This effectively ends the time for Will Levis in Tennessee. So I would expect Will Levis, somebody to go find themselves an opportunity to take a swing at him, one of these quarterback-needy teams. Hell, maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers would take a swing at Will Levis. But Mitchell Trubisky headed to Tennessee. There's your backup quarterback for Cam Ward and a veteran that can help him out a little bit. Tennessee been pretty quiet here. Be intriguing to see if they spend some of that money. Be very intriguing to see if they spend some money. Utter Disaster TV says, sign Jimmy Ward in free agency. No, thank you. Dominic Castillo, confirmed sources from Alpha Wilson, Cody to the Texans 2-year, $69 million deal. Well, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Thank you, Dominic. I'll take the 60. It might take $69 million. Get me over there. CJ Leaf apologist must be running low on positive things to defend him. Okay, that's mean. I'm a trainer high school, currently working freshman baseball. I needed the stream to keep me from blowing my brains out. Oh, my God. Mr. Save Your Life. Come on now. Can we get a center today? Maybe. 0 linemen off yet, so he's still in it. Simpson, but I don't think I wasn't considering John Simpson as an option for the Texans. Demario Davis, the veteran linebacker from the New Orleans Saints, who started his career with the Jets, he is headed back to the Jets. 37 years old, still getting it done. Older player. Aaron Glenn getting a defensive guy to add to the equation. And if you were looking for a blocking style tight end, Austin Hooper. You will not be hanging with Mr. Hooper in free agency. He's headed to the Atlanta Falcons. He'll be a blocking style tight end for the Falcons to go along with Kyle Pitts, who's sticking around via the franchise tag. So, blocking tight end off the board. What does Jalen Phillips mean for Will Anderson? He's going to get a freaking bag. Jalen Phillips has no effect on Will Anderson because Will Anderson was working way past the Jalen Phillips market. So, Jalen Phillips has no effect on Anderson because Anderson was already working a couple of tax brackets ahead of him. Thoughts on the left guards available? Well, as far as I'm seeing, Isaac Seumalo is still available as far as I'm seeing. That'd be my left guard of choice. That'd be a really intriguing left guard addition for the Houston Texans. Not seeing any movement on Seumalo. So that'd be my guy. Simpson came off the board. He was an interior offensive lineman, so nothing too big to note there. All right, so a blocking tight end off the board with Hooper. All right. Let's go through some of the moves from way earlier today that happened. The Cowboys traded for Rashawn Gary. They sent a 4th-round pick for Rashawn Gary when it was all said and done. This was the initial report from Schefter. So it's a 4th-round pick for Gary. Way overpaid for the Cowboys. That was awful. Miami Dolphins traded Minkah Fitzpatrick to the Jets. The Jets promptly signed Fitzpatrick to a 3-year, $40 million deal. So it's a big investment there by the Jets financially, and they only took him a 7th-round pick to do it. The Dolphins got rid of Tua Tagovailoa. If you missed that earlier today, Tua Tagovailoa has released a $99 million dead money hit to Miami spread out over the next 2 years. And, of course, Malik Willis came in to replace Tua from that standpoint. Travis Kelce is set to come back for the Kansas City Chiefs, according to multiple reports. So he'll be back. Got to imagine that'll be a pretty expensive tight end contract as well. And the one to monitor that actually has a little bit of ramifications for the Houston Texans is Trent Williams and the situation in San Francisco. If Williams is released, or if the Texans got interested in Williams in a trade, hopefully it wouldn't cost anything too expensive. The 49ers are in a little bit of a standstill. They can't do much. They can't do much with this. They're going to have to just kind of make it happen here. So I'll be fascinated to watch and see this thing play out for the 49ers, because I don't think they have a lot of moves here, and I don't know if anybody's trading for the contract as is. They'd probably like a new teams would probably like an opportunity to start new and fresh with Trent Williams. That's what I was trying to get to. The Pittsburgh Steelers lose a running back. Kenneth Gainwell is headed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a 2-year, $14 million deal. The pass catching running back from the Steelers last season is headed to the Buccaneers. So there you go. A little Kenneth Walker news for you. Tazewell says, I'm craving Spanky's Taters Kegs. Well, the Tater Kegs are fantastic over there at Spanky's, and we'll be there on Friday, recapping everything that happens with free agency and talking to you about the future, what other moves the Texans might have made. We'll go through all those, get you ready for the draft. Of course, the draft is a few weeks away, but we'll have a much clearer picture of what the Texans intend to do in the draft after some of these free agency moves are finished. And we'll see you at Spanky's on Bellaire in Sharpstown this Friday for SNL. So do not miss out on that. Just getting better at Madden. Would you have paid what Kansas City paid for Kenneth Walker? Absolutely. I fully believe Kenneth Walker was the best available running back changing teams, and I would have paid every penny that they paid. Probably a little bit more. Peter says, too expensive for Trent Williams. Don't be thinking about it. Okay. Rick looking for that first signing to be a offensive lineman. I hope you will get your wish, and I hope it is Isaac Seumalo as well. I saw someone equate the Alec Pierce deal to Chandler Parsons signing with the Grizzlies, and I can't unsee it. Boy, the thing is Pierce is healthy. When Parsons signed that deal, he was hurt, wasn't he? When he hurt when he signed the deal? JB Allen wants you to hit the like button. Don't forget, Hulk smash that like button. Over 700 in the chat, but the likes ain't adding up. Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I'd never pay Trent Williams $30 million. Clay, you're silly. One of the best left tackles in football. Would go a long way to improving this offensive line. They'd be one of the more fun and intriguing. Oh, man. One of my favorite under the radar guys kind of went off the board here. We'll get to that in a second. Would be one of the more fun and intriguing tackle situations in football. If Trent Williams is your left tackle and Ariante Aristide was your right tackle with Trent Brown as the backup. Sam Dixon, any chance we trade for Las Vegas Raiders interior offensive lineman Jackson Powers? I think it's Jackson Powers Johnson, isn't that his name? To compete with Andrews. No, the Raiders shouldn't be trading linemen. Certainly not one of their good young ones. So I don't believe he's available for trade. Is Cade May still available? Yes. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He certainly is still available. Somebody asked this earlier, and I wanted to. Texans fan. Cody, what do you think of the Oregon tackle? Oregon tackle Isaiah World is who you're talking about. Isaiah World played tackle, and I assume you're talking about, unless you mean Pregnon, but he played left guard. World's a big guy. I don't think that a lot of people loved the evaluation of him. He had an ACL injury late in the season, so I'm not the biggest fan. there's other guards or there's other tackles I like better than him. Of course, our work today here on the show brought to you by my friends at Ace Outdoor Solutions. If you want to make your backyard dreams come to life, Ace Outdoor Solutions can do that for you. Zach is a Texans fan just like you, so call him for a free quote and then talk a free agency with him as well. The number right there on the screen, 346-237-0573. It's also in the description down below. Ace Outdoor Solutions can do everything from fencing to automatic fencing. Maybe you want that at the front of your home. Maybe you want a brand new pergola in your backyard, a new pool in the backyard, an upgrade to the current pool. You want to attach a hot tub to what you've already got. You want to just build a hot tub over in the corner. You want to have that beautiful outdoor kitchen to maximize your entertaining opportunities this summer. And the thing I love about Zach and what he does at Ace Outdoor Solutions, when he puts those patio covers up, he's got fans in there. So not only are you just covered, but you're still staying cooler with those fans and the opportunity to get the air flowing and moving and stay cool on your patio. Ace Outdoor Solutions. You get a free quote when you call Zach today. 346-237-0573 is the number. It's in the link in the description down below. Check them out at the website, aceoutdoorsolutions.com. They sponsor the free agency video today. We appreciate Zach and Ace and Outdoor Solutions for their support. A couple of contract updates. The Giants signing Jordan Stout, a free agent punter, making him the highest paid punter in the NFL. 3 years, $12.3 million. Harbaugh had Stout in Baltimore. Now he has him with the Giants. So a special teams move there. And Alex Anzalone, who was a player I would have chased if I was the Texans and had not re-signed EJ Speed. Alex Anzalone is a player that I would have gone after if I was the Texans, but they added back EJ Speed. So that is a fun player that I liked. He goes to the Bucks. Goes to the Bucks. Any other? Ryan Wright. Is this the real Adam Schefter? Got to make sure. Can't be too careful. Yeah, Ryan Wright, former Vikings punter, getting an $8 million guaranteed deal with the Saints. Tommy Townsend might get paid here. Tommy Townsend might get paid. All these punters getting paid. Maybe Townsend's next. Maybe Townsend is next. Let's see here. Any other news or notes to be paying attention to? Nope, not quite yet. All right, so the Texans don't have a punter, by the way. So intriguing to see what ultimately the Texans do with their punter situation. Of course, I like Brett Thorson, the Georgia punter in this year's upcoming draft. Tommy Townsend's a free agent. That's why we're talking about drafting a punter. Texans fan, you meant Pregnon. So Pregnon at left guard, I like Pregnon. 28 or 38, totally fine with that situation. You got to coach him up a little bit on some of the fine-tuning of his stuff, but he could start at left guard day one for you. Walker to KC scares me. Yeah, should scare you. Scares me too. Mike Roberts is disappointed the Texans didn't sign Alec Ingold, the fullback that the Chargers picked up. They spent a good amount of money on the free agent fullback. And, British Brooks, I don't know how much they're going to use a fullback. They need freaking tight ends. They need freaking tight ends so they can run 2 tight end sets like everybody else and not put Blake Fisher's eligible self on the field. Halston made it in. Cody, Jeremiah Wright, DTOL from the Auburn Tigers. Any takes from you on him? Wright had a couple of nice moments in the Senior Bowl, probably a little bit deeper in the draft before you get to a guy like him. Not the most intriguing player, but not a bad deep draft addition if the Texans were to make something like that happen. And Tampa has been a little busy. Scoop and Scores wants Anthony Hill or Jacob Rodriguez in the second round for the Texans. 38th overall? Is that where you want? Is that where you want him? Townsend Shanks punts when it matters. I'll grab the Aussie punter. I'd rather the Georgia punter than Townsend. And Major Payne is available to punt. So somebody alert Nick Caserio. Nathan wants me to go check out Michigan State's punter, Eckley. He's a monster, he says. Shaneman, what will the bomb drop be for today? Can't forget last year when you were about to end the stream and we traded Tunsil. Yeah, that was a fun one. That was a fun one. All right, so the Bears are picking up one of the top free agent safeties. Get you the news on that here. Kobe Bryant is headed to Chicago. That almost happened many, many moons ago, except in basketball. But Kobe Bryant headed to Chicago. He's one of the top safeties in the free agent market. The spot rack market value for him was expected to be $14 million or so in average annual value. We'll see if that ultimately ends up being the case. But one of the top safeties, he comes off the board. And I would think with his money getting announced, maybe a little bit of a log jam at safety. Haven't seen too many of them. Maybe a little log jam at safety would ultimately loosen up here. So Seahawks getting rated a little bit here. A couple of, the Super Bowl MVP, one of their members of their secondary, a little bit of a raid here. JB Allen, the Annihilator, asks, can I get your thoughts on Blake Miller, the tackle from Clemson? Miller's one of my favorite players in the draft. I'd take him at 28 if he was available, have him learn behind Trent Brown, and if Brown got hurt, you could play Miller right away. And if you move on from Brown at the end of 2026, you slide Miller right in there at right tackle. He feels like a guy that could play day one and would be an even better guy if he got a little bit of seasoning. Now, I know you don't necessarily want to draft a guy 28 and let him, season a little bit, but he could, by the way, beat out Trent Brown. All right, so a tight end option comes off the board here. Daniel Bellinger has a little bit of a, physical tight end that you could have gone with if you're the Texans, but he goes to Tennessee, reunites with Brian Daboll. Bellinger comes off the board. When are we getting the all punter stream? Never. Has any big name O-lineman come off the board? John Simpson, probably the biggest name so far. But I wouldn't say he's like a giant name by any means. Kevin Byard, maybe just a little too old, a little bit older. And maybe need somebody a little bit more in the box there. Bubba Homeschool. If we haven't signed any big names and there are no big names in O-line gone yet, that's a good sign. Certainly have opportunities. Because Casario's working hard to figure this thing out. Working hard to figure this thing out. Be intriguing to see. Okay, we got numbers here on Kobe Bryant. 3 years, $40 million, according to Jordan Schultz. So checking in a little bit below the expected market value, but still pretty expensive, $13 million a year for Kobe Bryant on a 3-year deal. I would think that probably is about what Brian Cook, the safety from the Kansas City Chiefs, is going to cost. So Cook, the safety for the Chiefs, probably going to get something close to that, but 3 years, $40 million for the former Seahawks secondary member, Kobe Bryant, who's headed to the Chicago Bears. The Bears, of course, lost out on Max Crosby as he got traded to the Ravens. Have we gotten Tyler Linderbomb yet? No Linderbomb just yet. No Linderbomb just yet. In fact, the Texans have not made a move since tampering opened. But earlier this morning, they did find themselves with two players that were consistent starters for them last year. They went and added Ed Ingram to the equation, or re-added Ed Ingram to the equation, I should say. That guaranteed is off a little bit. It's 23.5. In fact, I could probably go and fix that real quick. So 23.5 for Ed Ingram. So, essentially a two-year $24 million deal for Ed Ingram. But if he plays it out, he'll get close to $40 million, and this is all said and done. Let me send you that. Let me give you that updated Ed Ingram here. Yeah, so $23.5 million guaranteed. And then, of course, they got the Sheldon Rankins deal done earlier today. $12 million reportedly, $12 million guaranteed. So there you go. Fully guaranteed contract perhaps for Sheldon Rankins as the final numbers start to trickle in here soon. Cody, would you welcome back DJ Reader? At this point, no. Just because you've got defensive tackle options. Just to kind of show you what the defensive tackle situation looks like right now. You've got Rankins and Togiai, who were your consistent starters last year. Naquan Jones is a depth piece. Merrill Edwards Jr., if you decide to keep him as a depth piece. You got some young guys in Keontae Hamilton Jr., Tafuna. I'd still draft a defensive tackle. If I was the Texans, I'd still draft one. Still add one to the equation. Because that'd be cost controlled for a few seasons. But I would not bring back DJ Reader. Is this your make it or break it year for Caserio last year with the small window? If you're disappointed with how Caserio operates this year, it maybe would be time to move on and will be time to move on. So, all right, a Bucks reporter saying that Mike Evans is getting offered north of $27 million per year. Woo! Mike Evans is good, but he's not that good anymore. All right, so it'll be interesting to see what team that is Mike Evans is taking a stroll down expensive lane with. Yeah, apparently the 49ers have been receiving calls from, okay, well, I can't trust that reporter. Never mind. Man, Alec Pierce's contract is still so crazy to me. That's probably the weirdest deal of the day. I mean, I understand it. The Colts are desperate and they're trying everything they can, but what a goofy investment. Cody, what's your take on the Eagles possibly choosing Jordan Davis or Jalen Carter long term? Well, they chose Jordan Davis. They extended him. I would think they're going to try to trade Jalen Carter, and I would look at the Jacksonville Jaguars as a landing spot for Jalen Carter. All right, we have our first offensive lineman that the Texans were at least linked to, and we talked at length about here. And I believe we're going to have to put one on the scoreboard I believe we're going to have to put one on the scoreboard for Alpha Aaron. Cade Mays is headed to the Detroit Lions on a 3-year, $25 million deal, $14 million guaranteed per league sources. So Cade Mays signs with the Detroit Lions. They needed a center. They're going to get him. They're going to put him in the middle of that line. He's going to have Penei Sewell out there at the tackle spot. They still need a left tackle out there in Detroit. My guy Tate Ratledge is going to be the right tackle, the right guard for the Detroit Lions. So the Lions spending a little over $8 million a year for Cade Mays, $14 million guaranteed. This was a player that was linked to the Texans. We talked a lot about potentially ending up with the Texans. So Cade Mays off the board here for the Houston Texans. So no Cade Mays. If you were looking for a center upgrade with Cade Mays, which, again, I don't know for sure that Cade Mays was a center upgrade. I don't know for sure that he was a center upgrade. But Cade Mays off the board here, and put one on the scoreboard for Alpha Aaron. Texans engineer. 3 years, 25, 14 guaranteed for Cade Mays. We couldn't pay that. They did not. They did not want to pay that. Jay Clark with the super chat. He says, Texans addressing defensive tackle last few days, O-line first round. I think they do either way. Yeah, the O-lineman's definitely still at the top of the list here. Definitely still at the top of the list here, Jay Clark. I still think if you could get a long-term defensive tackle, the right guys there at 38, certainly at 59, 69. Tony asks, Cody, would you look at Taylor Decker, the released left tackle of the Detroit Lions? I would not. I would not. He almost retired. And so I'm not moving Ariana Territory for him. I'd move him for Trent Williams. I'm moving it for him. So Cade Mays, the big signing on the offensive line for the Detroit Lions here. And yeah, bye-bye Cade. Cade gone. Bye Cade. T. Guidry, really going to start Jake Andrews. All right, you know. I'm not certain that Cade Mays was a huge upgrade over Jake Andrews. If you're going to spend the money, you have to be a guaranteed huge upgrade. Cade gone. Texas engineer wants Caserio fired after Cade Mays did not end up on the Texans. Jeez. Sir Wags, morning from Hawaii, brother. How does the re-signing of Rankins and Ingram change things? Doesn't change much. I mean, they probably won't sign a free agent guard that plays right guard because Ingram's going to play right guard. But Rankins and Naquan Jones coming back, I'd still draft a defensive tackle. H-Town, I don't know that I totally buy the propaganda of Jake Andrews being hurt last year. Caserio said it was one leg. It was never on the injury report. So if he was hiding it all year long, I don't know. But center play absolutely has to be better. Center play has to be better. If it is Jake Andrews, he's got to play much better than he did last year. And they need somebody to push him. If they are going to go with Jake Andrews, they need somebody to push him. Texas engineer, Caserio's clueless to the offensive line. Fire him. Cheap deal for Cade Mays. Should have done that. Definite upgrade. That one hurts. It was super doable. Rick, surprised Nick didn't bite on that. Charlie, Caserio, please wake up. Scooping scores. The Lions did it again. They took Tate Ratledge in the draft. We all were begging for him, and now this. Yeah. It's time for Andrews and rookie center from Auburn, Connor Lew. Miles and that yak wants Connor Lew. Engineer, done with Caserio. Sir Wags, I'm hoping for Sayamalu at left guard and a center to compete with Andrews. There are some centers that are still out there. though I don't think anybody that you're just like, oh gosh, like he's an awesome player that I need to have in the building to compete with Jake Andrews. And Ethan Posich from Cleveland would be an intriguing name. I'm not crazy about Lloyd Cushenberry. The Titans cut him. I guess he had some injury problems there. They made a big investment. It did not work out. I'm not crazy about Austin Corbett either. Then there's just a bunch of other names. Obviously, Tyler Linderbaum still out there and kicking. Still out there and kicking. Again, Cade Mays, check it in. 3 years, $25 million, $14 million guaranteed. The Alpha Aaron getting that one in there. Put him on the scoreboard. You can put it on the board. Yes. So improved. Hates this. Can we stop with that? We couldn't pay that. It takes two to tango. These players made their own decisions. Money, location, team, etc. all matter. Cody, Cade Mays a million times better than Andrews. He's really not. I mean, he wasn't even a starter for the Panthers last year at center. They were going to start Austin Corbett instead of him, and then they had to start Mays. They also played Corbett back at center when he got healthy. Mays is fine. He's not a guaranteed, no-doubter home run upgrade over Jake Andrews. He's really not. JB Bubblehead, he wants Connor Lew, the Auburn center, or Sam Hecht from Kansas State in the draft. They're going to Aldi shop O-line again, aren't they? You watch your freaking mouth about Aldi. They got some delicious treats over there and at great prices. Oh, God. Daniel Bellinger got way more money than I thought he was going to get. That's a horrific deal. We'll go back to Cade Mays in a second. 3 years, $24 million for Daniel Bellinger? Is there a different Daniel Bellinger that I'm thinking of? Okay, back to Cade Mays. Fans will blame CJ, but Casario's wasted the cheap years of Willie Anderson Jr. and CJ. Oh, I'm on your side. Why are you so negative all the time? I didn't want Cade Mays for $8 million a year. Joe, fire Casario. Tyler Guidry, I played center my first year of youth football and moved to tackle. Rest of my days, I got that versatility they love. All I'm asking for is 1 year, $10 million. Let's see if Tyler's got a little something in him, you know? Let's see. Barack, Posich, and Linderbomb are the only free agent names that seem even worth considering. I mean, Austin Corbett was going to start at center over Cade Mays last year. I don't like Corbett, but maybe somebody does. Who are the good center prospects in the draft? Connor Lew, but he can't help you much in 2026. Coming back from the knee injury, can't help you as much. And then Sam Hecht, be your top two centers. Going down a little bit from that, Pat Coogan from Indiana. At this point, all in on Linderbomb, says Ashton. Interesting. Wags has a super chat. Do the Texans look at Jarrett Patterson at center as competition for Andrews? Who do you think is next for the Texans? Did we overpay for Ingram? I'll go backwards. I thought they paid probably exactly what they would have been willing to pay Ingram. Anything more, and he probably leaves in free agency, but that feels like a number that they're not uncomfortable with. And they would hope that he can replicate, maybe improve on his play last year. Who's next for the Texans? Your guess is as good as mine. They got some depth spots that are open over on the defense, so you can do something there. Center is where a lot of people want an upgrade. They still have an opening at left guard. And I would think Patterson is not a challenger for Andrews' center spot, considering Andrews beat him out last year. So I would not consider Patterson a challenger for the center spot. Yeah, Trent Brown's the only vet on the O-line right now. Need more vets on the O-line. Yeah, a big left guard investment wouldn't hurt my feelings. Would not hurt my feelings at all. Golden is him. Do something, D'Amico. Yeah, make Nick Caserio sign somebody. Texans engineer. I think Casario's taking a swing at Tyler Linderbomb or trying to get Trent Williams. Wouldn't that be nice? Did the overpay for Cade Mays just price out Houston and search for center help? That's what a lot of people expected Cade Mays to be that's what a lot of people expected Cade Mays to be a couple of days ago when I was talking to people. It's about $8 million a year. Rick says, you defend Caserio for the mid-round draft picks, man. F that. I need to build one decent line. It's been over half a decade. They're gonna have to get some. They're gonna have to get some good hits in the draft, and they're gonna have to hope for some guys to improve over what they were last year. Who are the top free agents left? Well, left guard, it's Isaac Seumalo. Center, it's Tyler Linderbomb. Probably not a right tackle team, so probably not shopping at right tackle. So improve wants you to hit the like button. I'd appreciate that as well. Something tells me they're going to go for Wyatt Teller and draft a center and a tackle. Teller played right guard for the Browns. I don't think it's out of the question. He can play left guard, I guess, but he played right guard for the Browns. They, of course, added back at Ingram, so they have the right guard spot filled. Try and tell me you don't feel Wyatt Teller to the Texans in the air. I really don't. I don't, because I just – they signed a right guard, and Teller's only ever played right guard. Are you surprised Linderbaum hasn't signed yet? Yes, I am. I thought that deal would be one of the first ones off the board. The thing is, Nick thought the O-line played well last year. And that's why they've got currently 4 of the 5 starters back. Titus Howard's the only starter that's not back. If they had to play a game, they could play Andrews at center, Ingram at right guard, Trent Brown at right tackle, and Arion Terry at left tackle. Of course, our show today brought to you by Ace Outdoor Solutions. You want to transform your backyard, your patio, from pergolas to putting in a pool. Ace Outdoor Solutions does it all. You need a new fence, they can do that. Some landscaping work, they got that covered as well. You want a beautiful outdoor kitchen. You got a great grill, but you don't have all the stuff around it to actually entertain around the grill or the smoker. Have Zach at Ace Outdoor Solutions build you a custom kitchen around your smoker and grill. You'll be able to entertain all summer long. And when he builds those patio covers, man, he's putting great, fantastic ways to keep you cool into those patio covers. He's not just throwing up a couple of logs up above your patio. He's making it a beautiful look, a beautiful scene, and he's improving your outdoor opportunities. Man, it's hot in Houston. So when you get a custom patio cover and you get that ceiling fan in there, they're moving the air all around. You're staying cool on your patio. You're grilling out with your friends. You're entertaining. It can be the spot in the neighborhood. Ace Outdoor Solutions. We have Linderbomb news. We have Tyler Linderbomb news. He is coming off the board. Whoo, baby. This is a big one here. Tyler Linderbomb is headed to the Las Vegas Raiders. He is going to sign a 3-year, $81 million deal that includes $60 million guaranteed. And not only is he the highest paid center of all time, he is now the highest paid interior offensive lineman of all time. The Raiders, with a tremendous investment in Tyler Linderbaum, $27 million in average annual value at the center spot now for the Raiders, who have a starter at center, and Francisco Mendoza's new center for the Raiders is under contract. So Linderbaum comes off the board, and the Raiders pay a handsome price. And oh, by the way, he's going to get to dip back into that market in just a few years, because it's only a 3-year deal. The highest paid center in average annual value prior to this Linderbaum contract was Creed Humphrey. Creed Humphrey, prior to Linderbaum, signed a 4-year, $72 million deal. That's an average annual value of $18 million. Linderbaum gets $9 million additional dollars in average annual value above the second highest paid center now, Creed Humphrey. $81 million over 3 years. That is $27 million in average annual value. The Texans were absolutely never doing this. Never. I said Francisco Mendoza. I meant Fernando Mendoza. Damn it. I did what Landry always does. So the center position for the Las Vegas Raiders is taken care of thanks to Tyler Linderbaum. What a huge extension, free agent contract for Tyler Linderbaum. Most people believed he'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of $22, $23 million in average annual value over a 4-year deal. But Linderbaum now hits free agency, gets $27 million in average annual value, $60 million guaranteed, which I'm sure he'll see every penny of this contract. And at the age of 26, he will then hit free agency again. He will hit free agency again before he is 30. Wow. Tyler Linderbaum with a huge deal. Texans fan, I'm sorry. Linderbaum is gone. He's a goner. Kyle with the super chat. Give me that big Pacific Islander Isaac Seumalo in free agency. Yeah, Kyle. Something to pay attention to. I tell you what, it's going to be fun drafting Ashton Jeanty after they rebuilt that offensive line and have a new offense over there in Las Vegas. Whew. What a huge deal for Tyler Linderbaum. Let's do this here. The Raiders getting Linderbaum 3 years, $81 million, $60 million guaranteed. I was perhaps foolish to even think he was going to make $22, $23 million a year. I didn't know that going and double dipping was an option. But it looks like Linderbaum, after 3 seasons, is going to go dip. That's crazy money. Crazy money. Miles in that yak likes that they didn't pay that. Great player, but not worth that. When you got the money to burn like the Raiders, he is worth that. He is worth that. Kubiak knows how important it is. Absolutely. That boy, Laws, or Ios, I don't know, signed the left guard, draft a center. Certainly in there. Houston JP, Cade May's gone. Linderbaum never had a chance. So we had a terrible O-line last year again. And their plan to fix it is trade away our best offensive lineman in Titus Howard and bring everyone else back. Caserio is ass. Okay. They definitely have some work to do on the offensive line. Definitely have some work to do on the offensive line. Center upgrade, although doesn't feel like there's many center upgrades available. Ethan Posich is going to be most people's guy that they would consider to be an upgrade over Jake Andrews. Lloyd Cushenberry is a veteran that just finished some time with the Tennessee Titans. Some people would see him as an upgrade, but no Linderbaum. He is headed to Vegas. I'll play center for $5. M45. Wags asks, is there a wide receiver that's worth looking at? Maybe a speed guy. We can take a look at that, Wags. Yeah, there's certainly some names in there. Linderbomb took all the money we thought Kenneth Walker was going to get. Yeah, no joke. We stealing from the Red Cross Santa bucket for the O-lineman again. Come on now. All right. There was a running back signing. We'll get to that here in just a second. All right. So a running back signed. We'll talk more about Linderbaum in the center position here in just a second. I will be right back, and we'll continue the show and the stream. And plenty still to go. As free agency is going to roll on here. Thanks to my friends at Ace Outdoor Solution. I will be right back. All right, free agency rolls on here. Ace Outdoor Solutions, our sponsor for the free agency show today. Get your outdoors looking good with Ace Outdoor Solutions. So I mentioned a running back came off the board. Tyler Algier headed to the Arizona Cardinals on a 2-year, $12.25 million deal, according to Mike Garafolo. That checks in a little over $6 million. Algier was reportedly looking for a little over $7 million a year, so he doesn't quite get that, but finds himself with an opportunity to play right away. Trey Benson's a running back there. James Conner coming off of a serious injury. Algier should have a chance to get a look at that right away. And John says Texans certainly could have gotten Algier for that number the Cardinals paid. They don't need him. They've got David Montgomery and Woody Marks now. They do need running backs, but I would not have spent $6 million on a guy that very clearly is going to be the third guy on the depth chart. So Tyler Algier gets a new contract. But, of course, the big one for the day, Tyler Linderbaum. Woo! The Raiders signing the Baltimore Ravens center, 3 years, $81 million, the highest average annual value for an interior offensive lineman in the history of the NFL. And let me do here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the sixth highest average annual value of an offensive lineman all time. So the highest average annual value for an interior offensive lineman and the sixth highest average annual value for an offensive lineman of all time. Well, right now, or currently in the NFL, I guess I should say. So Linderbaum off the board, Algier off the board. We need at least one really good free agent lineman, says Eddie Mendoza. Eddie? .420 break for Cody. Hit the blunt force all Cody. Come on now. What do you think this is? The locker room? Stoots for GM 2027. I don't think D'Amico and I would get along. I like to turn guys over too much. Cody, what about Elgington Jenkins, guard center versatility? Right? Yeah, the Packers are letting him move on via free agency. Decent player, a little bit bigger than Andrews. He's fine. He's fine. It wouldn't get anybody too excited. Mark Maxwell. Andrews ain't ideal, but Texans engineer. Mark my words, Cody. The Texans are going to get Trent Williams. Remember me when he becomes a Texan. I'll be throwing a freaking party when he becomes a Texan. It'll be awesome. Someone go to your local Whole Foods and tell Nick Casario to get back to work. Tyler, that's funny. So here's what I would say about this as well. And I know I just said the Raiders shouldn't be trading young linemen. The Raiders have a player on their roster, this has been a name that got brought up quite a bit here. The Raiders have a player on their roster named Jackson Powers Johnson. They drafted him to be a center and then didn't play him at center. But Jackson Powers Johnson is supposed to play center. He's supposed to be a center. He's played guard. But he's supposed to be a center. If the Raiders wanted to move off of Jackson Powers, I would be intrigued. I'd be very intrigued. But I don't think they should move off of a young lineman that's under cost control that can play guard as well. Just an idea. And I know somebody brought it up earlier. I said, they shouldn't trade a young lineman. Well, he's never playing center for them now. He can play center for the Texans, though. What about Bills guard David Edwards? Might be expensive, though. I mean, some of these linemen have been a little cheaper than expected. I thought John Simpson got a little bit less than most expected him to get. It's interesting. We have a new signing. Travis Etienne is leaving the AFC South. And he will be joining the New Orleans Saints. He's from Louisiana, and it's important for him to be near home, says Adam Schefter. Is this the 1800s? We got to travel by train? What's going on here? Who cares how close you are? He's going to New Orleans because they paid the most, Adam. That's why he's going to New Orleans. Care. He'd play in Antarctica if they paid the most. Diana Rossini says that the Broncos and Vikings were in on ETN, and the Jaguars tried to retain ETN. So there you go. Tried to retain ETN. The Alpha swears we're not getting Trent Williams. Yeah? How'd CJ Gardner-Johnson's ACL work out? City So legacy season. You cut that out. You cut that out right now. All right. We have a big Titans investment and an update on what I literally just talked about. Jeremy Fowler, who does not often come down on one side of the fence has firmly been up his ass before. He comes down very clearly on this. The Raiders plan to play Jackson Powers Johnson at guard after acquiring Tyler Linderbomb. They don't plan to trade him. So there goes that idea. Cross it off. I can't reach my red pen. Cross it off. No Jackson Powers Johnson for you. Still Jake Andrews season. It's fine by me. I got a little faith Jake can make it work. Wags, I will come back to you for the wide receivers here in just a minute. We just got a couple of things here popping. Wan'Dale Robinson is headed to the Tennessee Titans. He will reunite with Bryant Dayball. He will be a weapon for Cam Ward, to be a slot weapon for Cam Ward. Wan'Dale Robinson had a really good year for Wan'Dale Robinson. Had a really good year here in his final year with the Giants. Over 1,000 receiving yards, 4 touchdowns. He's a speedy, shifty player. He's a small guy. He's 5'8", but he's going to be the slot guy now for the Tennessee Titans. And the Titans have a wide receiver room that has Calvin Ridley, Elic Iomanner, who is a up-and-coming player, Kamir DK, who was their slot guy, but they can move on from him at the slot and just kind of use him as that special teams player. I'll be interested to see exactly how much money Wan'Dale Robinson got. They spent a crap ton of money that I didn't think they had or were going to spend on Daniel Bellinger. But Wan'Dale Robinson, head of the AFC South, that will be a Jalen Petrie cover. That will be a Kamari Lassiter cover at some point too, because I bet they pop Wan'Dale out there on the outside as well a couple times here. Just use that speed. Oh my God. Wan'Dale, good for you and your agent. 4 years, $70 million with the upside to $78 million for Wan'Dale Robinson, who has approximately one successful season in the National Football League. My goodness, what a financial commitment. Brian Daboll getting his old friends from the Giants paid. They spent $24 million on Daniel Bellinger. They spent $70 million on Wan'Dale Robinson. The Titans are blowing through money. God dang. That is an awful deal. That is an awful deal. Alan Hubbard. Excuse me. I wouldn't mind taking a swing at Elijah Vera Tucker. We could get him at a discount. Elijah Vera Tucker at left guard would be a really fun option for the Texans. Did he play center? Did he play center any of those times? I know there's always the conversation of, Elijah Vera Tucker can do anything. He can play all 5 positions on the offensive line. Did he actually play center for the at any point? Yeah, no, he hasn't had any snaps at center, but he's played left guard, right guard, and right tackle. So Elijah Vera Tucker be an intriguing player. Certainly, Alan. What a terrible deal on Wan'Dale Robinson. Cody, what's your drink there? Normally you have a sponsorship or chatter suggested drink every episode. Welch's Cran Grape. It's my favorite energy drink from Ghost. It's new. It's fantastic. I highly encourage it. Got the numbers on Travis Etienne. We'll get to that here in just a second, right after we do some Wan'Dale Robinson stuff. Brandon Hallman laughing at Wan'Dale Robinson. He also says Ursary, Ioane, Slaughter, Ingram, Brown. Don't know that they're getting Ioane. He's probably going 14th to the Raiders. Any updates on Nick Neiman? Damn you. Damn you, AJ. Damn you, AJ. Shout out the Titans. Titans and Colts overpaying. Dayball overpaying his guys. AFC overpaying for wide receivers to not get the ball. Not get the ball off. Tell Casero get off his Peloton. He's a VersaClimber guy, by the way. He's a VersaClimber guy. Ghost Energy sucks. You suck. How about that? How about that? You don't come for my children. That Welch's Cran Grape's the only energy drink I've been on for like 3 weeks. It's awesome. Raiders still going to get Ioane with JPJ on the roster. Yeah, he put Ioane at left guard, Linderbomb at center, JPJ at right guard. They'll be just fine. They'll be just fine. All right, so 4 years, $52 million for Travis Etienne. He checks in at $13 million in average annual value. So about $4 million more than what David Montgomery makes. Again, I am very much in favor of David Montgomery over Travis Etienne. I know the 4th round pick was involved, and Etienne checking in about $1 million and change under Kenneth Walker in average annual value. So Etienne to the Saints. Have fun in obscurity, Travis Etienne. Also, I would think that this probably ends the time for Alvin Kamara in New Orleans, does it not? Probably ends the time for Alvin Kamara. Ghost Energy best in the game. I think Rise is the best, but that Grape Crayon is the best one I've had. Raiders might actually be exciting to watch next year. WTF? You got Mendoza, Genty. They need some wide receivers. Bowers, rebuilding the offensive line with the investment in Linderbomb. Probably a guard. Senor Larry, he wants Joel Bitonio, the left guard from the Cleveland Browns. He doesn't like Wyatt Teller. No paying that we sucked last year tax for ETN. Maybe Nick Casario is working on a good trade. I like the optimism, Jay. I like the optimism. Who's getting Jeremiah Love? Now, this is actually a great question, Christopher, because I would have told you before this free agency started, I would have told you that the lowest I could see Jeremiah Love going was 9 to Kansas City. And then I would have told you that he's going off the board at 8 to New Orleans. But Kansas City getting Kenneth Walker and Travis Etienne going to New Orleans, that means Jeremiah Love probably sneaks past them. Now, Arizona signing Algier and readjusting James Conner's contract, probably not going there. Tennessee is a Love place, potentially. I would think that Washington probably needs a defender. Cincinnati probably wouldn't take that swing. Miami's not going to do it. Then there's Dallas at 12, and they've never been a stranger to drafting a running back high. So perhaps the Cowboys at 12. Dear God, don't let him get to the Rams at 13. The Commies, though, it feels like they could maybe do that. A couple of super chats here. Connor Williamson. Connor Williamson. I'm a sugar-free monster kind of guy. I certainly understand that. Is a fantastic beverage, and I've had many of those in my past. Thank you for the super chat. Connor, Chris, are the guard prospects stronger in the first round than center? Absolutely. I would never draft a center in the first round unless they could absolutely also play guard. But, yeah, I really like some of these guards. I like the tackles, really, that could be there at 28 and 38, as well as the guards. So let's get to Wags' question about wide receivers, free agent wide receivers. No rush, brother. We need a speed guy. Take the top off. Let's open up things for Nico Higgins, etc. Thoughts on Tank, or is it Higgins time? Tank, whatever you get's gravy. Higgins is going to be the guy opposite Nico for most of the wide receiver stuff. Noel's going to be your starting slot guy unless the Texans add something. And yeah, I agree. They need a speed guy. And that's what you asked earlier. Is there a wide receiver looking at? It's a speed guy. So just a pure take the top off, run it deep, speed guy. But Nick Westbrook-Akine is that guy that's out there for me. Nick Westbrook-Akine would be that guy. Kendrick Bourne gets deep, but it's not like that pure speed deep type of thing. Tyquan Thornton. So Tyquan Thornton and Nick Westbrook-Akine would be very, very small financial investments. Like, I don't think you'd spend hardly any money on either of those guys. Maybe a million or so. A guard just came off the board, so we'll get to that here in just a second. But those would be the two guys that I would say. Nick Westbrook-Akine and Tyquan Thornton. A couple $1 million, bring them in, see if they can beat out these guys and be the 5th, 6th wide receiver for this team. Tutu Atwell, but the Rams wouldn't even use him last year, so probably not him. Those would be the names. Tutu Atwell, Nick Westbrook-Akine, and Tyquan Thornton. None of them are going to get you very excited. All right, David Edwards is headed to the Saints. Where do the Saints get the money? The Saints are in cap hell every single year. I have no idea how they find money to go pay Travis Etienne $52 million. Now they get David Edwards at left guard. Where the hell do they get the money? Man, this pisses me off sometimes. Yeah, so David Edwards to the Saints here. Brian says, I guess Nick ain't getting any linemen. I wasn't a huge fan of David Edwards as an option, but you can do a lot worse. I mean, there's worse ways to spend your money. There's better ways, but there's worse ways to spend your money. So David Edwards gets a deal. Let's see what the money is for David Edwards. That would have been a left guard that you could have plopped in there for the Texans. Put him right in there at the left guard spot. So David Edwards off the board. Guard options that are still available. Left guard options that are still available. Let me go through the list here. And again, we're looking primarily at left guard because of the re-signing of Ed Ingram. So guard options that are still available. Joel Bitonio, he played left guard for the Cleveland Browns the past couple of years. Elijah Vera Tucker missed all of last year for the Jets, but he's previously played left guard for them. Zion Johnson, who played left guard for the Chargers, is available. Dylan Parham, who played left guard for the Vegas Raiders the past couple of seasons, played left and right guard, played left guard. He's available. Isaac Seumalo is my favorite guard that's available, so that's a player that potentially could help you out there. I have to imagine Kevin Zeitler is probably not moving to left guard, and I don't believe the Texans would want to move Ed Ingram to left guard. So Zeitler, I'm putting him out of the equation. He's only played right guard in his career, and at 36, he's probably not moving. Okay, we've got the money here on Edwards from Adam Schefter. So the money from Schefter on Edwards is 4 years, $61 million for the former Bills guard. Edwards gets a big deal here, not Tyler Linderbaum sized, but $15 million or so, give or take, an average annual value to the Saints, who, man, continue to spend money like they're not in salary cap hell, but I guess they're not as much in salary cap hell as many of us thought or expected. And $15 million checks in for guards, a little over $15 million in average annual value, checks in outside the top 10. So a lot of, outside of the top 10, way less than a guy like Will Fries got a year ago, less than what Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson got when they ended up in Chicago and got extensions. Less than what Kevin Dotson got on his extension with the Rams. Edwards just a tiny bit older than some of those guys. But there's a left guard target off of the market there. Kicking the can. Yeah, they're kicking the can. Unless they go get Seumalo. Why couldn't we do that? They could have, James. They could have. Salary cap hell doesn't exist. Tell that to Nick Caserio. Keep kicking the can down the road. As cap increases year by year, you'll be fine. Jeff says the Texans should trade for Zion Williamson. Zion. Oh. Now that's funny. I thought you were talking about Zion Johnson. I was like, well, he's a free agent. Zion Williamson, the basketball player. Yeah, he probably could block a little bit. Ingram was a steal. I wouldn't go steal. 12.5, that's $3 million less than David Andrews. He's a younger player. The guaranteed money is going to be a lot lower, obviously, as well. Yes, I wouldn't say steal, but he's certainly cheaper than Andrews and has the ability to be more worth the money. Texans are a poverty franchise yet again. One mortal says, my sources tell me Nick Caserio is trying to sign former first-rounder and hometown hero Kenyon Green, and negotiations are going good. You cut that out. One mortal. So what are the decent options still available for the offensive line? All right, let's go through it again here. I'll pull up the names on, let's see. See if I can pull the names up. We're on maybe PFF here. Okay, Vera Tucker, Joel. Again, we're primarily looking at left guards because Ed Ingram played right guard last year. So not looking at guys who played right guard, and they have to have left guard flexibility, I suppose is the better way to phrase it and say it. Throw a couple more names in here. Okay. Let me see if I can get these all pulled up here. Why are we retweeting basketball reporters in the middle of NFL free agency? Get out of here. Turn it off your retweets, bud. If you know, you know. Okay. Let's go through these names here. And we can take a look at here for the Texans. Guys that are available in free agency, that are still available in free agency for the Texans. Isaac Seumalo from the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to be 33 years old this year. And was a really solid player last year. Top 30 in run blocking grade, really good pass blocker. Seumalo is still, to me, the top left guard on the market and is out there. Elijah Vera Tucker has played left guard in the past, didn't play at all last year. He's got injury concerns, but a young player, just entering his late 20s, and a lot of upside. And again, played multiple positions, so long-term, maybe he gives you flexibility at this position or that position, but I wouldn't make a long-term commitment with the injury history. Joel Bitonio from the Cleveland Browns might retire, might not play football again, but Joel Bitonio, solid player for the Browns for a very long time. Had a really down 2024, bounced back in 2025. Dylan Parham, he's played left guard before and had some right guard experience there. Played left guard last year for the Raiders. Was better at right guard, but played left guard. So Dylan Parham is a name. Zion Johnson's out there at left guard, drafted after Kenyon Green. Johnson had a bad year on a bad offensive line last year. You're betting on some upside there with Zion Johnson, young player, hadn't entered his late 20s just yet. And then there's a couple of bargain players. Tevin Jenkins, who is a former tackle and guard from the Bears. He's played on the interior. He had a really nice finish to his season with the Browns last year. This would be a very, very cheap investment at left guard. The idea that maybe a rookie could beat him out is certainly prevalent. And Austin Corbett gives you some interior flexibility, guard spots, and center potentially as well. Was initially the starting center in Carolina last year, but ultimately found himself hurt. He's got a lot of injury history. So there you go. There's who's available right now. None of those guys have come off the board or flied off the board just yet. And again, if they get Seumalo, I'm going to be pretty happy with the situation that the Texans find themselves in. They get Seumalo. They did not get David Edwards, who's a very, very expensive investment for the New Orleans Saints. Is Caserio trying to buy offensive lineman with Cole's cash? That's very funny. Could Wyatt Teller play left guard? He's played right guard his entire career. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question that he'd go out there and give it a go at left guard to give an opportunity to start, but he's played right guard his entire career. Is it too late to trade Nick Caserio? I'm asking for a friend. I don't know that you're getting a big offer here. James hates the options that I put up. 5 years here, 0 O-line built. Yeah, they've tried everything but spend really big in free agency. That was something I wrote about on Houston Football the other day. The Texans have extended guys that they already have. They've traded for and extended guys. They tried to, 1 year piecemeal it together last year. The only thing they haven't done under Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans is go out there and spend a whole bunch of money in free agency on offensive linemen. So that's the only thing they haven't done. Tried to get it fixed through the draft. It didn't work out. So this dude Nick drives me crazy. Yeah, he drives a lot of people crazy. It'd be real crazy if they can't block again this year. Bearcat. So the Jets wanted a third for Breece mid-season. We said nah, but gave up a fourth for David Montgomery. Sure, but Montgomery's under contract for 2 years. No guarantee you were getting Breece Hall past the few games that you'd have him. The fourth-round pick was an extra fourth-round pick that you had was the later fourth-round pick. The third-round pick you have is at the top of the third round. You knew it was set to be at the top of the third round as well. It's a little bit different. That is a fun ripple effect to think about, though, if you just done that and tried to get Breece in the building. H-Town says, I think they're going to draft O-lineman. If they don't, well, we know where the fan base is going to go with their pitchforks and torches. Cody, there's no way you think that trading a 3 was a bad idea. Would not have traded the third-round pick for Breece Hall last year. I would have found ways to make it attractive enough that I wouldn't have traded my third, but that's basically a second-round pick. And there's no guarantee that you'd have him beyond. I mean, if you knew you were going to have him beyond 1 year, then absolutely. Trade him and pay him. Could they have traded the third and gone ahead and paid him? They probably could have. Yeah, Bearcat, give Breece a contract then. Sure. Could have done that. Could have done that. Y'all really want almost 40-year-old Trent Williams? Hell yeah. Phrase it a different way. X factor. Phrase it a different way. Do you want one of the best left tackles in football playing left tackle for the Texans? I do. I do. Why the hell did they let Cade Mays go to Detroit? Shaking my damn head. Are they wanting to upgrade the O-line or same old same? Well, feels like it's the same old same for right now. Let's draft some Joe freaking Schmo with that 3 pick. Yeah. Or how about, I don't know, a blocking tight end? I can help you right away. That'd be nice. Look, if you want to make the argument Breece Hall helps them win football games last year, they should have traded the 3 and then tried to extend him. I'll listen to you. It's a very good argument. I made that argument myself a couple of weeks ago or last week when the Montgomery thing went down. The ripple effect of if you traded the third for Breece Hall, do you have Breece Hall on the team right now? Maybe. And maybe he goes to free agency and you traded a third for 8 games. Honest question, are there times when expensive means you should sign anyway? With a small window, I feel like Houston should not skimp on talent. That's certainly an argument for that. What would you give up for Trent Williams? I'm not giving up shit for Trent Williams because he it's a standstill there in San Francisco. I'm going to have to pay him if I get him. So I'm not spending a bunch of draft capital to go and get him. I'd give him one of the 7ths. I'd give him one of the 7ths, but I'm not spending a whole bunch of draft capital to go get Trent Williams and then have to pay him. I'll trade Caserio for Trent Williams. That's funny. I thought Ursery was good at left tackle last year. Why get Trent? Well, Ursery was fine. Trent's one of the best. And imagine Ursery at right tackle being, better than he was last year. Let's call him, average to above average at right tackle, one of the best left tackles in football. Put a rookie there at left guard and go to work. Rudy wants Caserio out. I would trade a 3rd for a chance to make it to the Super Bowl. Breece Hall wasn't going to stop C.J. Stroud from doing that stuff in New England, I don't think. Honestly, I hope we run that out there with that worn-out ass line and lose 10 games this year so we can finally get rid of this stupid Patriots South mindset. All right. Weird. I'm not rooting for him to lose. We're going to trade for Trent Williams at 2 a.m. If they do that, I'll wake up and do it live. Cody, you know damn well he would have resigned. Well, no, I don't. I don't know that. He probably would have hit the market and tried to get the ETN deal or more. Same people that bitching for not trading for Breece Hall be the same people bitching they didn't keep him for more than 8 games. Possibility. They can have Blake Fisher for Trent. Damn fine deal. I'd do that deal. Would you do that deal? I'd do that deal. It's a damn fine deal. Casario's on Zoom asking if they take Zell. Christopher asking, just tuning in, why is everybody bashing Caserio? What happened? Well, folks are upset that the offensive linemen have started to come off the board here in free agency, including John Simpson to the Baltimore Ravens, David Edwards to the New Orleans Saints, Cade Mays to the Detroit Lions. The folks are upset. Is Wyatt Teller still available? Yes, he is. But again, he plays right guard. The Texans extended at Ingram, who's the right guard. Touch of Trent. Passing on Cade Mays shows Caserio thought it would have been a lateral move. I'm not convinced Cade Mays is a leaps and bounds upgrade over Jake Andrews. I'm really not. $8 million, I'd probably have given it a swing, I guess. Let's just tank for Jeremiah Smith at this point. The defense will not be bad enough for them to get Jeremiah Smith, so we're not doing that. David Montgomery or Joe Mixon healthy, O-line, who's better? I mean, Joe Mixon healthy is better than David Montgomery. Joe Mixon healthy eats David Montgomery's lunch. Pregnon is better than Ioane. No, he's not. He's a good player, but he's not better than Ioane. Never seen a fan base meltdown, not even 3 hours into tampering, not even free agency. These big deals are happening. Teams have $100 million in cap space and don't need to sign a guy like Will Anderson. Will Anderson doesn't really affect the 2026 cap. Christopher, so we missed Mays. Okay, next. There's really not a next. Oh, okay. Here's a big one. Remember how San Francisco seemingly never had a good wide receiver? I don't know if they do now or not, but Mike Evans is giving it a go here, going coast to coast, from the East Coast to the West Coast. I guess he was third coast technically in Tampa, but the Buccaneers are signing wide receiver Mike Evans in what is expected to be a 3-year deal. Former Buccaneers 6-time Pro Bowler Mike Evans signing with the San Francisco 49ers in what is expected to be a 3-year deal. Be fascinated to see the money on this one. Mike Evans to the 49ers is one of the bigger deals of the day. And with a big financial investment in Mike Evans, I would think that makes Trent Williams a little bit even more of a must trade for the 49ers. Again, earlier today, if they don't get a resolution with Trent Williams, he's going to, he wants a trade. He's frustrated. They'd like to trade him. Big money to Mike Evans would probably make it a little bit tougher to pay Trent Williams, meaning the Texans could sneak in there. Let's see how that goes. Waiting for the money on Mike Evans, but a significant investment there. Significant investment there. All right, wait for the money on Mike Evans. A couple of super chats here. Crazy Texan. Would love to see Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, here at left guard if he's there at 28. What are the center options you like in this draft? Well, I like two. I like Connor Lew, the center from Auburn, and I like Sam Hecht, the center from Kansas State. I believe both those players could eventually start for you at center in 2026. I don't believe in Jake Slaughter, but he's another center in this upcoming draft. But Lew, the Auburn center, who's going to take some time because he's come back from knee injury, and Hecht, the Kansas State center, are the two. Best DP still available. Best TP still available. I'm not sure I fully understand the question. Best defensive player still available? I'm wondering if Drunk Texan is asking that. Dominic wants to trade me for Trent Williams. You know what? If it got the Texans Trent Williams, you could trade me to San Francisco. You can trade me to San Francisco, I guess. I can cover the Texans from out there. Be expensive. I'll probably be homeless. Won't live in a palatial estate out there in San Fran. Yeah. If it gets the Texans Trent Williams, I guess you can trade me. JB Bubblehead with 10 gifted memberships to Houston Football with Cody Stoots. JB, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the contributions to the channel. Appreciate you supporting the channel. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Thank you so much, JB. Hope you guys enjoy the memberships. You will get a first look at the rodeo food review if you're a member. That's going to be initially a member exclusive video. Clamus, PFF agrees with you, Cody. Andrews and Mays grade out almost identically. It's not something. It's not everything, but it's something. Pro Football Focus. James, I'm not convinced that Cade Mays is better than Andrews. Not what I said. I'm not convinced that he's some massive, significant upgrade that you need to spend $8 million on. So take my words out of context and you'd be wrong. Mike Evans to the Niners. Cap space ain't winning the Super Bowl. It's true. 12 years in Tampa. 12 seasons, 6-time Pro Bowler, 1,300 receiving yards, 108 touchdowns in the Super Bowl ring. See you, Mike Evans. Outside the box, we trade the number 28th overall pick for Marvin Harrison, sign Sayamalu, and go out there. I don't think Arizona's doing that. I don't know, 28th overall for Marvin Harrison. I don't know. I like the wide receiver room enough that I wouldn't spend the 28th overall pick on adding a guy to the equation. Yes. I know I misspoke there. Now we can snag Trent Williams for a fourth. I don't know. A fourth seems a little pricey. They have to do something. They have to do something with Trent Williams, and if they spent money on Mike Evans, they should not be available. They should not have the money for Williams. Somebody just tell me how much he made. Golly. What are the Raiders doing with Jackson Powers Johnson since they got Linderbomb trading and moving to guard? He's going to play guard. Jeremy Fowler actually had a definitive report for once. He'll play guard. I wouldn't trade Cody for Trent. You're silly. Cody's untouchable, bruh. You got to reevaluate your untouchableness. Nick ain't cut from the cloth. Spend that much on Trent. Yeah, but I bet you if D'Amico Ryans wanted Trent Williams, D'Amico Ryans would get Trent Williams. I don't believe in Stroud. I would trade him while he's worth something. The guy's just not it. Here's our first get the hell out of town CJ Stroud message of the day. Or the first one I saw, at least. JB, again, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. 3-year deal with San Fran. It's intriguing by the 49ers. Cerebral Vortex, thank you for the super chat. Alan Hubbard asked, what do you think the Texans still need to get to the Super Bowl? They need some depth over on defense. That's not the top priority. You need a left guard. You need starting left guard. You need some more depth on the offensive line. So other veterans or maybe some rookies that have a little bit of upside could use an overhaul of the tight end room. You need more. You need more in the tight end room. You could use a speed option at wide receiver, a speed option at running back, and then filling out some depth pieces, some backup at the edge rusher spot. Continue to add backups at corner and safety if you can. So, a list of things. A list of things. Okay. Thanks, Adam Schefter, for, it's not about money with Mike Evans. He wanted new challenges. Okay, sure he did. It was about money. And just tell me how much he made. God. Not since the tampering started. Of course, you got Ed Ingram this morning. Sheldon Rankins this morning, but not since the tampering began. Toke with me. Texas would need to stop signing mediocre free agents. They'll never win a Super Bowl that way. 6th or 7th for Trent. Yeah, because I got to pay him if I'm getting him. So, yeah, 6th or 7th for sure. City Soda start at left guard. Stab me. Don't do that. Oh, linebacker Devin Bush. Has signed with the Chicago Bears. So there's a free agent linebacker. They, of course, got rid of Tremaine Edmonds. So who do we want as the left guard in the draft? Most people tell you Emmanuel Pregnon. Ioane is probably not going to get there, but Ioane would be intriguing. After that, a little bit of a drop-off. LOL Cody, I don't think D'Amico makes decisions on offense. I don't see any proof of that. Sure, I totally understand what you're saying. I would say at the same time, though, if D'Amico Ryans wants something, he gets it. What have we done so far, Cody? I'm just now able to start listening at work. Ed Ingram and Sheldon Rankins. Both of those were before the legal tampering period. Adam wants to know the best available centers available in free agency. Yeah, the best available centers. It starts and pretty much ends with Ethan Posich. Lloyd Cushenberry is a name that is out there. He was cut by the Tennessee Titans. Has a little bit of, I think, a shoulder injury that he's dealing with. So, but Ethan Posich from the Browns, Lloyd Cushenberry from the Titans are your two names to be watching. I agree. Trent's one of the best left tackles in the game. You have the same problem again next year. Tired of Band-Aid O-line, 5 years, no consistency, and no real playing with the line. I would think Trent plays 2 years, so I don't think you'd have the exact same issue next year. And Trent would very much be about 2026 and probably 2027. And then you just move Ursery back to left tackle when Trent Williams is done. Is Noel not a speed option at wide receiver? I would say that Noel is a slot guy. When I was talking about speed guys, I meant more of an outside guy. Are there any defensive linemen the Texans would sign that would possibly alter the draft? If they signed John Franklin Myers, the defensive tackle from the Denver Broncos, that would change things and probably not invest in a defensive tackle early on. But most names aren't going to take you away from drafting a defensive tackle. JJ Stagg wants to fast forward to the draft. HTX Steerix, who do you want the Texans to pick up? Who's left? Isaac Seumalo, left guard from the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's who's left. Just tank for Jeremiah Smith. Who says no? The entire defense. Quite quiet for a team that needs offensive linemen. Yeah. Quite quiet for a team that needs offensive linemen. Yeah, John Franklin Myers, the DT from the Broncos, would change things from a draft standpoint if you signed him. If you signed him with the defense tackles you already have, you didn't sign an offensive lineman, you'd be kind of like, what the hell are you doing? If you're wondering what the hell you're doing in your backyard, well, Ace Outdoor Solutions can fix that for you. From pergolas to pools to your beautiful dream outdoor kitchen, Ace Outdoor Solutions does it all. Zach will get you a free quote today, and when you call them, you're talking to the owner. You're talking to the big boss. You're talking to Zach himself, aceoutdoorsolutions.com or 346-237-0573. It's Ace Outdoor Solutions. We appreciate them being sponsored for the free agency day video. And if you want to improve your backyard, Ace Outdoor Solutions can do it for you. They service the entire greater Houston area, from the Woodlands down to Victoria, over to past Katy, out to, heck, I bet you can get them to Beaumont. All right, Ace Outdoor Solutions can help you. I've seen some of the work Zach's done. It's been fantastic. I'm going to have him come over, take a look at Mama Stoots' backyard. She's thinking she wants a pergola. If you want to add a hot tub to your backyard because you already have a pool, if you want to add custom-made water features into a custom-made pool, man, Ace Outdoor Solutions can do it all. Call Zach for a free quote of your backyard, 346-237-0573. He's a Houstonian just like you. He's a Texans fan just like you. And he's going to make your backyard dreams come true. Let's appreciate Ace Outdoor Solutions for sponsoring this video. Ion like this Madden sim codes. I think this means you don't like the sim and forward. Or you don't want to sim forward. Appreciate the super chat. What would Jonathan Allen impact on the defensive front? Not a damn thing for me. This is horrible. He played horrible for Minnesota last year. They moved on. They gave me a John Carroll ad before I joined into the stream. Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? All right, we have the comp update for Mike Evans finally. The San Francisco 49ers are going to pay Mike Evans 3 years, $60.4 million, according to Adam Schefter's source. So Mike Evans leaves the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He heads to the San Francisco 49ers and gets $20 million a year to do so. A little over $20 million a year to do so. A little bit of an older player, but an outside winner at the wide receiver spot, Mike Evans. Finally leaving the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he gets a 3-year, $60 million deal to do so. So the 49ers spending some money, and again, it all comes back to the standoff that they have with Trent Williams and what potentially the Texans could do if Trent Williams became available. Late trade, spend some money on that. Various other elements of Trent Williams. You don't want him to end up on a team that you're going to play against. Like, I don't know, if the freaking Titans got him or something, that'd suck. So that's something to pay attention to here as free agency continues to roll on. Jahan Dotson gets a deal with the Falcons. Sure. Whatever you need. So Mike Evans, $20 million a year for him. This defense is so good you wouldn't pick north of 15, maybe not even north of 20. I tend to agree. Get Trent Williams for a 6th, pay him, sign a left guard, and get a center in the draft. Not a bad plan. If it's a good plan, not a bad plan. JB Bubblehead. If we get Isaac Seumalo, the left guard from the Steelers, who do you see the Texans drafting an O-line besides Lou and Hecht? You can still draft a right tackle. Still draft a right tackle to compete with Trent Brown or take over for him when he's older or when he's done, or take over for him if he gets hurt, which Trent Brown's an injury risk. So Seumalo at left guard, and I think you could still draft a guard, have a key backup. Probably wouldn't spend one of the first 2 or 3 picks on him, but still draft a guard. And then, I think you'd invest in center, but still draft a tackle. Cody, what's the best scenario now for the offensive line? Seumalo at left guard, you draft a right tackle at 28 or 38, and that's the backup behind Trent Brown. And you draft a guard after that, a little bit later, and he's your sort of like future guard that's supposed to take over for Seumalo or Ed Ingram when they move on. That'd be kind of what I'm working with as the best case scenario. Justin with a super chat. I think Connor Lew from Auburn would have been a first-round pick if he didn't get hurt. I don't know about that. Just center's just not quite, especially a center that only plays center. Just not quite there for first-round investment. But he definitely would have been top of the second round if he hadn't got hurt. And he probably still might be a second-rounder. Oh, we don't trade for Trent, stay on the ground, let him hit the open market. Sure. I mean, but if it costs you a 6th or a 7th to do it, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Is Braden Smith still available? The tackle from the Colts? Yes, he is. Although you have Brown, I don't know that you would spend on Smith. Sure, Cody, pick up a 40-year-old and stunt the growth of your 23-year-old left tackle of the future. Okay, well, he's 38. He's the second or third best tackle in football. And Ursary could go over there and be one of the better right tackles in football. And it makes you better in 26 and 27. So I'm in on that. Come on, Cody. Think like this, Cody. You want to trade for Trent Williams and then not make him a starter. Like rotate him, like give him reps off. I don't know about that. Chucky Dog, am I the only guy that doesn't want Isaac Seumalo? Dude got pancaked by Rankins 2 months ago. It's my only memory of him. One play does not define a player. One play does not define a player. Rinse and repeat O-line. How do you feel about Logan Jones, the center from Iowa? little bit of a smaller center. Obviously, the center that was calling the shots for what ended up being college football's best offensive line. The Texans didn't talk to him at the combine, which I was a little surprised by. Obviously, the new tight end coach, James Ferentz, his dad is the head coach at Iowa, so everything they need to know about Logan Jones, they'll know. Cody, would you draft Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, or Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon at 28? I would draft Kenyon Sadiq. I would draft Kenyon Sadiq. And then I'd draft Emmanuel Pregnon at 38. Quack, quack, baby. What the hell do I care about development? Texans engineer wonders aloud. I'm trying to get out of the damn divisional round. Yeah, right? Development, schmelopment. Just be good. Alan Hubbard, I'd love to pick up Isaac Seumalo and then draft someone like Christian Miller or Caden McDonald, defensive tackle at 28th overall. I like that. I like that, Alan. I'll give you some long-term stability at defensive tackle, some run stuffers, and Christian Miller, Caden McDonald. Maybe a little high for both of them, but if you filled in some other stuff and you felt better about a second-round investment at a different position, sure. Okay. Connor Williamson, how would you feel about spending a middle draft pick on an edge like Gabe Yakas, Derek Moore, etc., take over after Daniil leaves? I'd probably push that a year into the future. And I don't know that Yakas is going to be, I think I'm saying his name right. I might be butchering it. I don't know that he's going to be a mid-round guy. I think he's going to be an end of the second, early third guy. I know he has a unique way to say it, but I got to go find it now. I think he's going to be into the second, third, so I don't think he's going to make it to like the fourth round or anything quite like that. Akas. There's no ya. It's just Akas. So Akas I don't think is making it to the mid-rounds. Derek Moore is maybe a little smaller than your typical pass rusher for the Texans, but if you ended up with him in the top of the fifth, like, sure. I'll take a swing at that. Take a swing at that. Everyone knows Nick only picks up cut players, $2.99. Texans fan, saying he only spends $2.99 on players. Keaton Mitchell, the running back from the Baltimore Ravens, is now a free agent. Cody, are you interested in that? No, I'm not. Just the speed probably not there. Then return much after the big injury. So I'd rather swing on a rookie in the 5th, 6th, 7th round than sign Keaton Mitchell. No interest there. Yeah, nothing for the Texans so far after the Ed Ingram this morning and the Sheldon Rankins this morning. So nothing for the Texans just yet. Nothing. You'll get something at Spanky's this Friday. SNL Live, myself, Landry Locker from the Locker Room. We'll see you Friday at Spanky's for Free Agent Friday Frenzy recap. We're going to need some frickin' frenzy to start recapping, though. Okay, going to need some frenzy, or we'll be recapping everybody else's moves. So, going to need some frenzy to frenzy up here in the next few days. But we'll be at Spanky's. And if you don't like what the Texans did, you can drown your sorrows. If you do like what the Texans did, you can celebrate. You can get some pizza. So Spanky's. I'm going to get some pizza and some wings on Friday. Pretty excited about Spanky's on Friday. We'll see you there. Arrive at 3, live at 4. Arrive at 3, live at 4. All right, a couple of questions here. Chris, any Texas A&M O-lineman worth anything? Chase Basantis is probably the guy that's going to get drafted the highest from the A&M offensive line. He's going to play guard at the next level. Maybe not ideal for like a guy that you would draft and start right away, but he's going to be the one that's drafted the highest. Trey Zunes played all up and down the offensive line, center, left tackle, some guard flexibility. He's probably going to play center at the next level. Big guy. So Zune is a name to think of. Much later than those guys, Demetrius Crownover is another player. Big, tall, long arm tackle, play right tackle at the next level probably. Wouldn't prioritize any of them. Wouldn't prioritize any of them. Any news on the SNL draft party? All I can tell you right now about the draft party is it's going to be freaking awesome. And it is going to be on the Saturday of the NFL draft. So the NFL draft here in 2026 scheduled to be on the 23rd, 24th, and the 25th. The NFL draft party for SNL will be on Saturday, April 25th. It will be here in Houston. It will be inside as well. So put that on your calendars. Make plans accordingly if you live out of town. Make plans accordingly if people try to put stuff on your calendar. The Saturday of the NFL draft. The Saturday of the NFL draft. SNL will have a draft party. April 25th, 4/25/26. We will have the draft party. Location, TBD. We're going to have a lot of fun stuff to give away. We're going to have some great food and drink options for you. Going to have a lot of stuff planned for that draft party. 4/25/26. Put it on your calendars. The Texans were in on Mike Evans. What the hell? Yeah, who are you seeing that from? I haven't seen that from anybody reliable. Some of these goofy ass just make up rumors accounts maybe said that, but who have you seen from that's reliable? All right, big guard comes off the board here. Space City Ballers, appreciate you for the super chat. Last time Cody had some mozzarella balls and called it a day. There was fried mac and cheese, actually. So, fried mac and cheese is what I had. It's delicious. It was delicious. Be drowning my sorrows in pizza sauce. There's worse ways to go. There's worse ways to go. All right, big free agent financial investment. When you leave one of the worst offensive lines in football, you go and get big money, it seems. Zion Johnson headed to the Cleveland Browns on a 3-year, nearly $59 million deal. That checks in at an average annual value of about $16.5 million. It includes $32.4 million in guaranteed money, so a little over 11 and change here per year in guaranteed money. $49.5 million for one of the worst guards at left guard in football last year. So a big thank God the Texans didn't do this, because I do not believe in Zion Johnson. And the Browns have now spent over $100 million on players that I would not have extended or given contracts to. $60 million on Titus Howard and $50 million here on Zion Johnson. I would not have given either of those players contracts beyond this upcoming season. So a horrible deal for the Browns. Do not like Zion Johnson. Do not think he's worth it. And the Los Angeles Chargers, who needed to revamp their interior offensive line, will have 3 new interior offensive linemen this upcoming season. Zion got paid handsomely from the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland would rather have Zion Johnson and Titus Howard over Wyatt Teller and Joel Bitonio. That should tell us something. Maybe Wyatt Teller and Joel Bitonio don't want to be in Cleveland anymore. We're going to end up with Evan Neal and City So as the left guards. Say it ain't City So. Hey, here's some good news for the chat. Connor Williamson just got accepted to trade school. Congrats, Connor. Congrats. Good job, man. Be interested to see what you go into. Let us know what you're going into. Congratulations. I know sometimes when you're waiting on stuff like that, you're waiting on job interviews or college acceptance or this or that. You know, it's going to be mind-numbingly to wait that long. So congrats, man. This one, I feel bad for the Browns. Screw them. Sonny Styles is not getting out of the top 10. So we can go ahead and just kill that Sonny Styles conversation. Don't need to have that. Connor's going to go be an industrial technician. Congrats, Connor. Congrats. D-Skills, which round do you see Houston tight end Tanner Koziel going? I think he's going to be a 6th or 7th rounder. Just teams are going to be concerned about the body type from a blocking standpoint. He's just not going to be able to give you much from a blocking standpoint. So I think teams are going to be concerned about that. He's a really good pass catcher. Really good pass catcher. I just don't know if teams are going to be down with his blocking ability. So D-Skills, appreciate the super chat there. I spent the last 4 months listening about free agent talk only to sign no free agents. What do we have here? Well, they kept their guys, and they haven't signed anybody who was a free agent since the tampering started. Sumo wants us to think about Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins had a really good season run blocking for the Browns. He started at right guard after Wyatt Teller got hurt, and Jenkins was a nice player, young player, and played a little bit on the interior for the Bears and the Browns and has a little bit of tackle flexibility if you had to in a pinch. So Tevin Jenkins, be a nice depth piece to have on the roster. I wouldn't make him a starter. The only trade happening in Houston today is Connor going to trade school. Connor thought that was very funny. Congrats again, Connor. Sandwich. I like sandwiches. Sandwich preaching patience. Patience. Well, I'd like for you to have a little bit of patience right now. And if your wait is over, the wait is over. Ladies and gentlemen, the Houston Texans have made a move. The Houston Texans have made a move. They are going, according to Alpha Aaron Wilson, to bring in defensive end Dominique Robinson on a 1-year, $4 million max deal. So the dam has broken. Dominique Robinson, who most recently played for the Chicago Bears for the past 4 seasons and has 3.5 career sacks and 68 career tackles, Dominique Robinson is here. Have no fear. Dominique Robinson is here. So up to $4 million for Dominique Robinson, who has 3.5 sacks in his 4 seasons with the Chicago Bears. He is 28 years old. He's a former 5th-round pick out of Miami of Ohio. So Dominique Robinson. Touch a trend. Who is Dominique Robinson? Of course, it's on the defense. Okay, I guess. Shaking my head. F no. At least we know Casario's not at the gym anymore. WTF. Big who? This cannot be serious. Who the F is this, bro? Who? LOL. Connor just got into trade school, but he's not going to make it because he said, I'm going to off myself. Who? Defensive player, I'm shocked. What are we doing? Are you bleeping kidding me? Who? Remember when Lonnie Johnson got signed when they wanted everything else? Who? Mouths in that yak. WTF. Took 3 hours. That's all you got. All that hype for that. Nice depth piece, Justin Avery says. Can he block? No, he plays defensive end. Oh, more defense. Gotcha. All defense, then bargain bin shop on the O-line. Thank God season saved, says Dega. Or Dega. Of course it's a defensive player. Texans engineer. I'm literally shaking, he says. $4 million. He's obviously not going to start. Just filling out the roster. Sean with some a little voice of reason. Who? Says H-Town Loper with the super chat. Yeah, everybody knows Dominique Robinson. Come on. I mean, who? Dominique Robinson. The former 5th rounder from Miami of Ohio. Dominique Robinson. 215 snaps for the Bears last year, Dominique Robinson. Come on, guys. Dominique Robinson. Everybody knows Dominique Robinson. This Dominique Robinson. This jog your memory here? This Dominique Robinson. Come on. Dominique Robinson. Who? You guys, who in Dominique Robinson? That's it, huh? That's all they got so far, right? Yay, we signed someone. Hey, they're on the board. They're on the board. Dominique Nick Neiman Robinson. Dominique Nick Neiman Robinson. Now that's funny. That's funny. Oh, the perks of having a defensive-minded coach and a general manager that believes he's the smartest guy in the room. FML. Classic Nick. Cody hyping us up was dirty for that. It's first one on the board. First one on the board. Dominique. Everybody knows Dominique Robinson. Up to $4 million. Alpha Aaron with the first one. Here go the 1-year deals. Why does he deserve $4 million? It's up to $4 million. Okay. He's going to have to go earn every dollar of that $4 million. Nick got down from the pre-workout high and said, I got to sign something. These guys love a rotation player. Nothing offensive. I think some people would say this is offensive. I think some people would say this is offensive. Time for us to hit the gym and try out for guard. Avenue, that's funny. I do wonder if this does close the door on Derek Barnett. Dominique Robinson being a defensive addition, 28 or so years old. Maybe does close the book on Derek Barnett. Darrell Taylor 2.0, but worse. Yeah, Darrell Taylor got me pretty excited in training camp last year, and then nothing. Need more fat guys? Oh, that Dominique Robinson. Starting to think Nick Cassero doesn't actually like C.J. Stroud. That is not the defensive lineman I was looking for. Thinks I'm funny. New Derek Barnett kind of feels that way, right? Barnett made about $4 million last year. This is up to $4 million. Kind of feels that way. Glad Caserio woke up. Doesn't matter, Bryant. AFC South champs weren't even AFC South champions last year. Great pickup. Way to go, Nick. From that Fort Worth guy. Feels a little facetious. Nick Casserole starting us with an appetizer. I like it. I like it. Just getting started here. Yeah. Almost spit my drink out. Day one with Caserio is always stressful. I'm annoyed, but not counting anything out yet. If they're running back this offensive line, I'm never buying another ticket. Well, they can't. Titus Howard's in Cleveland. He's a Petrie helmet kind of guy. Dominique Robinson's a guardian cap defensive tackle. Say it ain't so. Is he? I don't see any pictures of him with the guardian cap. No, he's not a guardian cap guy, is he? Couple of super chats here. ATX Jack. Feel like Trent Williams will finish his career in Houston where he lives, not budging on $38 million cap hit. San Francisco Ryan's connection, forcing trade release. Thoughts? Would be nice. Oh, Landry saying that Dominique Robinson is a guardian cap guy. Let me get a past month upgrade. Or past year. I do not see any pictures of him in a guardian cap, but is that him? Oh, here we go. Yep. He is a guardian cap guy. And we have evidence that he made a play. So Dominique Robinson sacking Matt Stafford here. Look at that. Everybody was so down on this guy. He dominated Matt Stafford here. Everybody's so down on this guy. He dominated Stafford. Okay, hold on. We got to have some fun with this. We'll have some fun with this here in just a second. ATX Jack. I would love Trent Williams here. I'd pay the money. I'm not giving him a damn thing from a contract standpoint. But I'd love Trent Williams here. That Fort Worth guy. That should quiet the do something crowd. That should quiet the do something crowd. Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, the Titans just spent some big moolah. Big moolah. We'll get to that here in just a second. Rich Boy J, is there anyone on the team that you personally don't like? LOL. Nope. I don't personally know many of these guys. I don't really have I keep it mostly professional with these guys. So personally don't like? No. Rich Boy, appreciate you for the super chat. Does the Dominique Robinson signing have any impact on re-signing Barnett? I would think you're probably not bringing Barnett back if Robinson's getting up to $4 million. Probably not bringing him back. All right. You know a guy sucks when Alpha Aaron's got to tell you about his combine. Converted quarterback and receiver, and then he starts listing off his pro day stats from a few years ago. 41-inch vertical, 25 bench reps, 4.72 40-yard dash, and then it's 3.5 career sacks, 6 tackles for a loss, 7 quarterback hits. Come on, Aaron. What are we doing? We're going pro day stats? Pro day stats? Come on. Nick's going to start a house fire if he keeps cooking, says Sean Gregg. Don't do too much at once now. Don't do too much at once. Nathan wants a pack rip. We need some free agency luck. It's not a bad idea. You know what? Next break I take, I'll go grab a pack. We'll open a pack. Sarcasm's off the charts. Yep. Well, it got a lot tougher. To run the football in the Tennessee Titans. They already have Jeffrey Simmons, one of the best defensive tackles in football. They're adding the best free agent defensive tackle in football. John Franklin Myers is headed to the Tennessee Titans on a 3-year, $63 million deal. Gets him $42 million guaranteed per Ian Rappaport and the insiders. John Franklin Myers headed to the Titans, who now have a nasty defensive tackle duo of Jeffrey Simmons and John Franklin Myers. What a monstrous duo the Tennessee Titans have there in the middle of their defensive line. Woo! What a nasty little defensive tackle duo. Now, they need a little bit of help on the edge rushers. They need a couple of guys that can rush the passer, but As far as running the football and a little bit of pass rush up the middle, the Titans have that right now. If you do not get better on the interior offensive line, Tennessee's going to have their way with you. John Franklin Myers, Jeffrey Simmons, they are a nasty duo there in the middle for the Tennessee Titans. Jake Andrews shitting his pants at home. Yay for our great line. We're getting cooked. Titans are going to sack CJ even quicker now. I didn't think that was possible. Thank God we have Jake Andrews and Ed Ingram to stop JFM and Simmons. Oh, that's right. They did go get Jermaine Johnson. So they went and found a little bit of pass rush. Don't know why they didn't just wait for Dominique Robinson, free agency. This just confirms you got to get an interior offensive lineman. Yeah. If you thought the Simmons sack was quick last year, Titans trying to recreate that Seahawks defense, getting a bunch of nasty defensive tackles, just making it happen. The Titans would have been better off with Dominique Robinson. They should have waited. Whew. All right. John Franklin Myers and Jeffrey Simmons on the interior. Oh, no. My favorite blocking tight end got way more money than I thought he was going to get. Okay. Ugh. Come on, give me the Schefter tweet or Garofalo. That works too. I was interested in Charlie Kolar. I was not interested in Charlie Kolar at this number. I thought Kolar was going to be a solid blocking tight end option, but the Chargers went out there and paid him 3 years, $24 million with $17 million in guaranteed money. That is a blocking tight end. He's the highest paid blocking tight end in the league. No, thank you, Charlie Kolar, at $8 million a year in average annual value. My God, I'll go find somebody else. I liked Charlie Kolar, but I'm not paying him $8 million a year. Yuck. That was ugly. That is ugly. Good luck to the Chargers. They're going to block everybody on the edges. They don't have any interior guys, though. I guess they signed that Bedaz, the center. Man, I like Charlie Kolar, but good God. Yeah, I expected him at $4 or $5 million. I mean, he got double what I expected him to get. Oof. Anyone still worth a damn out there? Yeah, there's still some nice players. Yeah, no Kolar in free agency. Sam Roush as the blocking tight end probably moves up a little bit in people's boards. Ravens, Chargers, Chiefs all upgrading. We're staying the same. No big upgrade yet. Papa Wiggs, Linderbomb's in Vegas, man. Linderbomb's on the Raiders. I don't know if you saw this. Anybody wanting Tyler Linderbaum? He's on the Raiders. He's the most expensive interior offensive lineman in the history of interior offensive linemen. And he beat the center number by $9 million. So, no Tyler Linderbaum for anybody. He's on the Raiders. The Raiders. All right, so I really like what the Chargers have done, except for not having an interior offensive line. But Alec Ingold, the fullback, was one of the top fullbacks in free agency. They signed him, and they signed Charlie Kolar. Now, Kolar's expensive, certainly. But that's a couple of guys that can block the hell out of some stuff, and they got the 2 tackles coming back from injury. That's fun. For them, they don't have any interior guys. Well, Bedaz. They signed Bedaz. So, okay. Friends at Ace Outdoor Solution bringing you the show today. Ace Outdoor Solutions, from pergolas to pools, from that kitchen of your dreams outdoors to just simply improving the look of your backyard, even something as simple as the fencing or the landscaping. Ace Outdoor Solutions can do it all. Zach's the owner-operator. You call that number, you get Zach. AceOutdoorSolutions.com to see some of the great work that they have done. Appreciate them sponsoring the video today. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Free agency rolling on, and the Titans continue to spend money. Jeez. The Titans are signing cornerback Cordale Flott to a 3-year, $45 million deal. 37 starts for the Giants, and as the agent tells Jordan Schultz to talk about, he's gotten better and better each year. Now he gets paid big. Yes, he does, and if you've never heard of Cordale Flott, that's okay. A lot of people haven't heard of Cordale Flott. $15 million in average annual value for Flott. No thanks. No thanks. Very expensive. $32 million guaranteed, according to Mike Garofolo on this deal. So they get John Franklin Myers. They get Cordale Flott. They get Wan'Dale Robinson. They get Daniel Bellinger. Man. A lot of ex-Giants headed to Tennessee. Brian Daboll convincing them, hey, this is the way we got to go. That's the way we got to go. Cody, who's left as a free agent on the offensive line. My favorite guy, Isaac Seumalo, is still out there. The left guard from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Still my favorite guy, still out there. Is that Cody's backyard in the photo? That is not my backyard. That is some of the great work that you can get when you visit my friends at Ace Outdoor Solutions. All the links you need, all the numbers you need in the description down below of the video as well, by the way. Next best available O-line is Cody Stoots. Good flow, hydrated man. No hand washing. I do sanitizer when I got to hurry. Isn't Connor McGovern available? No, he's not. No, he is not. Connor McGovern re-signed with the Buffalo Bills. Titans are shopping today. They needed to. They had a bad football team last year. They're going to be a better football team. Good coaching and good. Any such as fan again. Hand sanitizer. You ever heard of it? Ghost Energy drink running through you right now. Tennessee Titans still not going to be good this year, okay? They're going to be a better football team than they were last year. I guarantee you that. Okay? They've added enough talent here to make this thing a little bit better. J.K. Dobbins getting a 2-year deal to stick around with the Broncos. So he'll be in the way of all of your R.J. Harvey. Blue Boy says Cordell Flott is what I like to call a cover 2 corner. He's about 6'2" in great in zone. Could be a problem for Nico. Well, we know that cover 2 is tough on CJ Stroud. Nathan, you're right. I do owe you a pack. Let me go get the packs. Can't wait for the draft. We need Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon. Yeah, I gotta get the packs, Nathan. Okay. Let me go get those. They're close enough that I can go grab them, making sure I'm not missing anything. Titans, John Franklin Myers. Oh, we got a big safety deal. We'll get to that here in just a second. Whew. Big safety deal. Got a big safety deal. We'll get to that here in just a second. God, the Titans are signing another big deal. We'll get to that here in just a second. Okay. Get to that big safety deal right after I tell you, or you see, really, my friends here at Ace Outdoor Solutions, and I'll go get the packs. We'll rip these after we update the latest Tennessee Titans. Yet again, spending the money. Ace Outdoor Solutions, our sponsor for the video today. Improve the look of your outdoors. Okay, the Tennessee Titans adding to their secondary, but before they did that, the Cincinnati Bengals signed Brian Cook to a 3-year, $40.25 million deal, according to Tom Pelissero and his colleagues. And that is another exit for the Chiefs in their secondary, who have traded Trent McDuffie and lost Cook and Warren to free agency. So 3 of the 4 starters from the secondary in Kansas City out of there. The Titans spent again, and they're going to get another cornerback. Alante Taylor, the former Saints cornerback, is now headed to the Tennessee Titans. He's getting a $60 million deal over 3 years, $42 million in guaranteed money. Yeah, the Titans spending on everybody. So Alante Taylor to go along with John Franklin Myers, Cordell Flott, Daniel Bellinger, Wan'Dale Robinson. Whew. The Titans shelling out the cash. $60 million. Ooh. I don't know. I mean, their secondaries doesn't have to be as good if their front seven is a lot better, because, like, John Franklin Myers, Jermaine Johnson's a nice little addition. They've already got Jeffrey Simmons. Just be a little bit better in the secondary. Now, they've missed on a bunch of corner picks. Remember, they had a bunch of guys that they drafted at corner that sucked, so they've had to kind of make up for it here by spending in free agency. None of these guys are very exciting. Of course, the Texans' loan investment so far since tampering started, Dominique Robinson, the former Bears defensive end, that is a 1-year, $4 million commitment for the Houston Texans. That is their loan post-tampering beginning commitment. Of course, they re-signed at Ingram this morning, $37.5 million, $23.5 guaranteed, and they re-signed Sheldon Rankins to a 2-year deal worth $12 million. And I believe that's been reported as a fully guaranteed deal. Okay. All that money to stay last in the AFC South. Titans are loading up. Dayball and Saleh, they ain't playing. You guys won't be laughing when Dominique gets 20 sacks. That would be funny if he just turned into a monster. What happened to L'Jarius Sneed? Isn't that 3 big paycheck cornerbacks? Yeah, I guess it is 3 big paycheck cornerbacks for them. I had free agents at all the other cornerback spots though, and I'm guessing one of these guys will play inside. So we re-signed Rankins. Yep, Texans brought him back. 2-year, $12 million total. So 6 a year. Texans brought him back. I didn't see a DN being the first move, says Derek. A depth DN at that. Yes, indeed. Okay, we're looking for some you want some mojo? Looking for some different mojo. Let's see if a pack rip. Can give us some mojo. Maybe out of this pack we get a Isaac Seumalo card and the Texans end up signing him. So the Giants get Tremaine Edmonds, get a 3-year deal with Tremaine Edmonds. 2024 score football pack. I like these 2024 scorecards. Of course, the 2024 draft class for the Texans would be pretty nice to end up with a Kamari Lassiter. We get a Kamari Lassiter rookie or any Texans rookie, I'll give it away to the folks. All right, let's see what the cards have for us. Terry McLaurin, he's sticking around. Hardy Nickerson. DK Metcalf in his Seahawks gear. Is that a Taysom Hill card? Gross. Micah Parsons still in his Cowboys gear. Jair Alexander, he's been on like 3 different teams since then. T. Higgins. Youngwei Ho. Koo, or however you say it. Adrian Peterson in his Vikings gear. A Mahomes Chiefs card. Brett Favre, Green Bay. Don't check your text messages. Jalen Waddle, have fun with Malik Willis throwing in you the football. Oh, look at that. Kamari Lassiter rookie. If you want a Kamari Lassiter rookie card, send me an email. I'll get you the I'll mail you this and some other Texans cards. Send me an email. You know the email, CodyStoots@gmail.com. So you want a Kamari Lassiter rookie card? I called it. I said, hey, maybe we get a Kamari Lassiter rookie card. You want a Kamari Lassiter rookie card? Then send me an email, and I'll randomly draw somebody. I'll send you some cards. Brian Thomas Jr., he's sticking around in Jacksonville after people thought he was going to get traded. How about Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals? But Drake May, a Drake May rookie card in that beautiful Carolina blue. Spencer Rattler. Amani Hooker is your green insert. A Tyreek Hill celebration card. A Ryan Tannehill League Leaders card. An Audric Estime potential card. And a Micah Parsons sack attack card. So no O-lineman there. Does no O-lineman mean there's going to be more O-linemen getting signed, or does that mean we're going to have to keep waiting for an offensive lineman? There's your 2024 score pack, though. Again, send me an email. Send me an email if you want that Kamari card. I'll mail it to you. I'll mail it to you right there in a plain white envelope. A couple of super chats. At least the Jaguars got worse today. Yeah, they lost Travis Etienne. They're going to need to figure that out from a running back standpoint. Bashaw Tootin can't be their top guy. I wouldn't think he can be their top guy. I think the super chat, Tony. Ooh, Gustavo. I just got a Stingley Gym Mint 10 back from PSA. For you, Gustavo. You've had a lot of luck there with the the big cards there, Gustavo. It's good stuff. Mac Dad. So basically, Nick Caserio restructured all those deals just to re-sign our own players. Awesome. So I guess we're going to rely on the draft for our O-linemen. For right now, it seems that way, yeah. Right now, it seems like the draft is the way they're going to add some offensive linemen. Yeah. Not the worst approach, but certainly not the most exciting approach. Still got some intriguing names out there on the offensive line if the Texans do dip into the offensive line conversation. D-Rock, who do you think we can sign in free agency? They can sign a lot of people. Who will they sign? I don't know. Isaac Seumalo, my top favorite at the left guard spot, still out there. Still out there. D-Rock, appreciate you for the super chat. Did you see Charlie Kolar got paid? Yeah, he did. $8 million a year over three seasons with the Chargers for 24 and change on the total contract. Nathan says, we might be cooked, Cody. The cards never lie. Raiders could be a problem next year. Still need 3 offensive linemen. I mean, yeah, in theory. So let's see. Let's pull it up here. Let's look at the O-linemen. So if you had to play a game, Ursary and Trent Brown are your tackles. Ed Ingram's your right guard. Jake Andrews is your center. Oh, Juice isn't on the team anymore. See you, Juice. Patterson's a left guard option. They tried to play him at left guard, but that's not, I mean, they're not getting anybody excited. City So, Eli Cox, Jarrett Kingston, they're not really options. Blake Fisher shouldn't be counted on. You do need a backup tackle who's not Blake Fisher. You need a starter at left guard. You need a backup at center that's not Jared Patterson. You need a backup at guard that's not Jared Patterson. He's obviously not going to fill both roles. 3 linemen, I don't think you need them in free agency, but you could use 3 linemen, sure. We won 12 games. Why is it that bad to keep most of our guys? LOL. I do believe, Thrill, that most people believe they maximized their potential last year. And so with that, most people expect them to try to upgrade the potential, kind of raise the roof a little bit. But running it back is not the most exciting thing in the world. Betting on the draft to upgrade this thing, risky. Could you sign Wyatt Teller? Teller's a right guard. I assume Ed Ingram's going to play right guard, but if they wanted to move Ingram to left guard, they could sign Wyatt Teller to be the right guard. We're trading up for Venga Ioane, the Penn State guard. I hope so. He'd be nice. Big Fat John 7. Cody, I consider you a Renaissance man, balanced and likable. That Landry Locker could learn a thing or two. Oh, come on now. Any news on Wyatt Teller? Nothing. I've seen nothing on the Wyatt Teller conversation. So nothing from Wyatt Teller. So Renaissance man, huh? I like that. Thank you, Big Fat John. We could all learn a thing or two from Landry Locker, though. If he could learn a thing or two from me, we could all learn a thing or two from him. Maybe. Yellow. I really like Elijah Vera Tucker, the former New York Jet offensive lineman. Surprised he's not on somebody's roster by now. Trey of Texas. I guess time will tell if the fiscal moves of Casserole are winning or poor. At the moment, it seems indifferent, but neither am I encouraged by anything thus far. Yeah, they've only done one thing. Only done the Dominique Robinson signing. Former Bears defensive lineman. At least we haven't overpaid for anyone. That's true. That's true. So the Texans get to the playoffs. They get smashed, and Casario's response is run it back. That's the response so far. Marcus Mariota is the backup quarterback in Washington again. Kenneth Walker III for $15 million a year. Texans aren't serious. I would have paid Kenneth Walker $15 million a year, but I do wonder if Caserio was worried that he would have had a good offer, a better offer, and somebody got him, or the player decided to go somewhere else like the Barkley thing a couple of years ago. Elijah Vera Tucker, Wyatt Teller. That's who D-Rock wants. Cody, you think they might trade draft picks for a proven O-lineman now that all the free agents are gone? All the free agents are not gone. There's still some free agents out there. They're not the most exciting free agents. Isaac Seumalo is, though. But Ethan Posich is a guy that could get you the upgrade at center that people want. Clutch City says, I can't wait till it's 3rd and 15. The opposition does a basic stunt, comes up the middle unblocked for CJ to run 10 yards backwards, throw it up to his main man, Jesus, for a miracle. At least CJ didn't run backwards as much when he came back after the concussion. He just panicked and threw it to the other team. Martin Ho, calm down. Just the first day of free agency. You're right, Martin. It is just the first. It's only the first hours, really. It's only the first hours. Oh. The New England Patriots, Christian Barmore had his domestic violence charge dropped. So draft risky question mark? The way we scout, no trust in our front office. Okay. Chug an entire beer if we sign Isaac Seumalo? Yeah, I don't have any beers. Yeah, I get a beer. I'll chug a beer if they draft Seumalo. Sign Seumalo. Sammy wants Joel Bitonio, the former Browns left guard, on a 1-year deal. And he wants Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, as his backup. And Larry Bloom to the Lions. Larry Bloom was not on my radar. If the Texans signed Isaiah Seumalo or Elijah Vera Tucker, drafted a tackle, would you consider it a fix? They'd be doing something better. I wouldn't say fix. Like, I wouldn't say that it's just like absolutely, like fixed or anything like that. But, yeah, I would say it's improved and there's some interest to it, but fixed, I don't know if I'd say that. I'd probably need to draft another guard too. Super chat here. Drunk Texan. If it ain't defense, D'Amico Ryans don't care. There's Landry often calls him Demique. You know what? Somebody said Landry could learn a thing or two from me. We could all learn from Landry on how to give nicknames. He gives very good nicknames. Drunk Texan, thank you for the super chat. Civic Spades 13. Would you consider trading for a guard? Yeah, but who's available? And if the other team's letting them go, why? You have to find a team that's kind of in cap hell and go get their guy. I'd trade for one, sure. I wouldn't trade like an impressive pick, but I'd trade for one. Joe Thuney. There's not a Joe Thuney out there. Joe Thuney, the Bears or the Chiefs moved on from him. The Bears swooped in there. So Detroit needed O-line help. They signed 2 players. The Texans needed O-line help, and they signed Dominique Robinson. What about Henry? Is he staying? I'm assuming you mean Henry To'o. To'o, he's under contract this year. Final year of his rookie deal. H-Town Peagle. A sea of mullets in the stands after we take Iowa offensive lineman Jennings Dunker will make us the most majestic stadium in all of the league. Nathan, Cody O-line this, O-line that. Tell me why Lee Hunter's the guy in the first round. Because he's a wall. He's an animal. He's got a little pass rush upside to him. 28 for Lee Hunter wouldn't hurt my feelings. Be a long-term solution for the defensive tackle spot. Screw it. Give Batonio and Wyatt Teller on one-year deals and get rookies as backups in the draft. What are you doing with Ed Ingram? Remember, Ed Ingram's on this team now at over $12 million a year. Yeah. So you don't need all that. James wants them to trade for Chris Lindstrom. Trade for Chris Lindstrom, the guard from the Atlanta Falcons. Well, if they did that, moved Ed Ingram to left guard, sign me up. I'm a Drunk Texan, Mike's book reviews, which, by the way, fantastic channel. You should check it out. Offense doesn't matter to this coaching staff. I'll continue to believe that until they show a willingness to actually invest. Does he only respond to paid subscribers? Nope. They do get priority. Josh him. Is that a Michael Brantley photo? Texans are like a drug addict when it comes to defense. Anything to get a fix, but the offensive line will always come tomorrow. This sucks. The defense better be scoring 6 points a game. Every year they do this. And Nick said he thought the O-line performed well. Maybe that's why they haven't signed anybody. Draft center and right tackle, sign a left guard, please. I also like how Jeremy Fowler's reporting something that happened 30 minutes ago. Not Jack Easterby. This team needs the guidance of that Easterby guy. Let them go. Bring him back. Get away from me, not Jack Easterby. Can we trade Caserio for a deck of your cards? No. Trying to tell you, Nick Casserole will be spending his day at the North Carolina barbecue tent with a special Alabama white sauce during the rodeo. That's why he never breaks the bank. I haven't seen any Alabama white sauce at the rodeo. Brandon Cross, I swear, if we run it back with Jake Andrews at center. Well, you might get just that. No shopping at the top. No, not yet. Nothing at tight end. Nothing at offensive line since the tampering started. Of course, they re-signed Ed Ingram this morning. Re-signed Sheldon Rankins. And then Dominique Robinson, their only player they've added since tampering and free agency began. We will have SNL at 4 o'clock. We will have SNL live from Spanky's this week, live at 4 o'clock on Friday. We'll see you there Friday, March 13th, this Friday, for free agent fizzed out frenzy recap. Okay. The frizzed out free agency recap. So we'll see you Friday at Spanky's. Should be a fun live show. Probably be a little bit of whining and dining at the Spanky's. Probably a little whining and dining at the Spanky's. Casario makes it hard to just trust the organization. I certainly understand that element. Certainly understand that. What are the odds this whole thing goes down in NFL history is how to ruin a talented QB's career case study for future generations? I mean, CJ hadn't helped himself in that. But yeah, the offensive line was bad in 2024, slightly better in 2025. Slightly better in 2025. He had some weapons. Guys were hurt in the final game. He didn't play well. There have been worse cases. There have been worse cases. Yeah, it's been worse. Dominique Robinson, Super Bowl piece right there. Come on, not Jack Easterby. Cut that out. 2 all-pro defensive ends, and that's the position they addressed in free agency. Make it make sense. Well, free agency's not over. Free agency's not over. They still have time. They're still players. Worst part of Texas ignoring offense, all the CJ fans come out of the woodwork. That they do. That they do. Derek likes the Rankins re-sign. I like Rankins all right. I like Rankins all right. Yeah, Franklin Myers, one of the big signings to the Tennessee Titans today. Walker chose the Chiefs over us. Saquon chose Philly over us. There's a trend here. I mean, I don't think the Texans were ever in on Kenneth Walker, but I'm sure there was like a, hey, what if? You know, they thought if maybe the Chiefs got involved, they'd get Saquon again. Who's out there that you want to sign, Cody? Isaac Seumalo. I think I'm saying his name right. I might be saying his name wrong. Seumalo. No, I'm saying it right. Isaac Seumalo, the Steelers left guard, is who I want them to sign. If Dominique Robinson's the only signing, I'm going to crash out. I think you're going to have to catch up with some other people in here. Super Chat jumps to the front of the line. Yeah, man, screw it. I'll chug a beer with you if they sign Seumalo. Come on. Come on. All we need is Seumalo. Go Stone Cold Steve Austin up in here. Da, da. Ba, ba, ba. The Texans were never getting Kenneth Walker. Perhaps not. Everyone panicking. It's only day one. Yeah, it's the same every other year. That's the problem. And we won a Super Bowl, so no. So obviously this doesn't work. I'm beginning to think Cody's not getting that contract from the Texans. No, probably not. Probably not. Go get some of these more notable signings. We'll do like a big recap list here. Boy, that Charlie Kolar contract is still just crazy to me. Mike Evans to the 49ers was one of those like, just getting a little running list here. Golly, I forgot Wan'Dale Robinson got all that money. Seems so long ago that, of course, we got the big Linderbomb. The Lions got Cade Mays. I'll have all this on the screen here in just a second. Just still looking for that Kenneth Walker deal. I mean, I know what it is. I'm just trying to pull it up. Man, Kenneth Walker, the freaking Chiefs. Okay, the Texans, they signed Dominique Robinson, that 1 year, $4 million deal. Drunk Texan, Nick has 3 stooges in charge of free agency. Not great. Not great. Reminder, our free agency show today brought to you by Ace Outdoor Solutions. Bring your outdoor dreams to life. From pergolas to pools, from the outdoor kitchen of your dreams to the hot tub that you've always wanted over in the yard, to expert custom patio covers that have fantastic built-in ceiling fans outdoors so you're not staying all hot all summer long. Maximize your outdoor space with my friends over at Ace Outdoor Solutions. Zach is a Texans fan just like you. You could add to your backyard, unlike the Texans adding in free agency. You give Zach a call today. Free quote, 346-237-0573, aceoutdoorsolutions.com. Appreciate them for sponsoring this video. Someone go get oh my God, John McClain's Chains has one of the best avatars ever. Go get Casario Ghost Energy Drink. Get him to start making some trades. That's incredible, John McClain's Chains. Is that AI? That's what AI is supposed to be used for. That's what AI is supposed to be used for. Okay, let's go through some of the giant deals of the day. Kenneth Walker signs up with the Kansas City Chiefs. A 3-year deal worth $45 million is what gets Walker into Kansas City. A little bit below what a lot of people thought was going to be the investment in a guy like Walker. Isaiah Likely has a new home, but the same head coach he used to have. He goes to the New York Football Giants. Cade Mays, a target for a lot of folks for the Houston Texans. He signs up with the Detroit Lions to play center for them. Then there was the big center deal. The biggest interior offensive line contract in football. Tyler Linderbomb with a 3-year, $81 million deal, $60 million guaranteed. He's now the 6th most expensive contract in average annual value on the offensive line. The Tennessee Titans, Wan'Dale Robinson, the 5'8" slot speedster, is headed to Tennessee on a $38 million guarantee, $78 million. 4 years, $52 million for Travis Etienne with the New Orleans Saints. David Edwards also with the Saints, $15 million per year for Edwards in a multi-year deal. Zion Johnson signs up with the Browns, 3 years, $50 million for him. The Tennessee Titans stayed busy. John Franklin Myers, 3 years, $63 million total deal, $42 million guaranteed. Charlie Kolar, a blocking tight end that a lot of us were interested in for the Texans, too much money. He gets signed to a 3-year, $24.3 million contract. The Giants weren't done. 3 years, $36 million for Tremaine Edmonds after the Bears got rid of him. Brian Cook, the safety from the Chiefs, leaves. He heads to the Bengals. Alante Taylor, 3 years, $60 million with the Tennessee Titans. And, of course, the Texans. Dominique Robinson, still guards, Still some veteran centers out there for the Houston Texans. Now, I know folks haven't loved what the Texans have done yet so far. There's still players out there. Isaac Seumalo, the big one for me. So, see how this goes here in the next little while. By the way, the Texans earlier today re-signing Ed Ingram, also re-signing Sheldon Rankins as well. So, Ed Ingram back, likely to play right guard for this team. Sheldon Rankins starting at defensive tackle for the next couple of seasons. That is likely a fully guaranteed deal based on the reports. And some super chats. Justin C. Just think how good this defense will be if they had a good running game. The defense not on the field is a good thing. Yeah, the running game should be a little bit better with David Montgomery. They're going to need to continue to add to that offensive line, get better at some of those spots. But, yeah. Certainly, David Montgomery will help with the running game and should help the defense and should help mostly the offense. That Fort Worth guy, what I don't understand, if I can sign a bunch of guys in my Madden franchise mode, why can't Nick Caserio sign all the best free agents? That's what Cody's chat sounds like from that Fort Worth guy. That's funny. That's funny. Mitchell Perry's predicting one hell of a draft. Venga Ioane and Kenyon Sadiq for the Texans. 2 first-rounders. I don't know how they manage that, but that'd be one hell of a draft. Be one hell of a draft. Notice all the bad teams overpaying all these free agents, usually how it goes, too, as it's the only way they'll get those guys to go there. Not often these kinds of deals work out for the org, though. True, but it makes them better in 2026, and I feel like that's what a lot of people want out of this offseason, to be better in 2026. The David Edwards one hurt, in my opinion. Need Isaac Seumalo from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Feels like D-line might not get addressed until draft now, unless we just punt tight end. Not very many blocking tight ends left. Bellinger got overpaid. Kolar got overpaid. Hooper's already off the board. Cody, in your mind, what would be the right money for the right guy at interior O-line? Name both. I'd just pay Seumalo $10 million a year for 3 years. That's what I'd do. It's not my money. Zach Ducks, glad to hear. Great work as always, Cody. Zach, appreciate you. Your member chat. He's been a member for a year here on the channel. Appreciate you. Drunk Texan, Cody, hope you look at other streaming options. These YouTube ads are bad. Okay. Appreciate you for sticking through them, Drunk Texan. Appreciate you for the super chat as well. Nathan Winters, Cody, Steven Nelson says the Texans won't be paying Kamari and he'll end up getting paid elsewhere. DJ Bieniemy seems to agree. Thoughts? How would Steven Nelson know that? Kamari Lassiter is under contract for the next 2 seasons. He likely will want a new contract after this upcoming season. I would think the Texans would be hard-pressed to give him that. And if down the road you wanted to trade Derek Stingley and you wanted to pay Kamari Lassiter, Stingley's contract adjustment allows that. So what does Steven Nelson know? I mean, he could say that. Montgomery's going to get drafted very high in fantasy with this O-line. Oh, isn't going to be drafted very high. Well, yeah, probably not. Probably not. Probably 15, 20 guys ahead. When we choose not to re-sign Stroud, we'll have the money to pay Kamari. Yeah, they just want to have a quarterback. Just want to have a quarterback. Texans have chosen not to use their money in free agency just yet, up to $4 million for Dominique Robinson. Okay, up to $4 million for Dominique Robinson. But if you want to use your money to improve your backyard, you're going to get a great deal and you're going to get great service from my friends at Ace Outdoor Solutions. They're our sponsor for the show today. You can get your outdoor dreams brought to life thanks to Zach and his crew at Ace Outdoor Solutions. From pergolas to pools to that custom kitchen you've always wanted outside. Entertain and enjoy your backyard like never before when you visit with my friends at Ace Outdoor Solutions. All the links and all the info you need in the description down below. So check it out. Call Zach for a free quote today and visit them over at aceoutdoorsolutions.com. Appreciate them for sponsoring this video. Packers are indeed releasing Elgton Jenkins. And boom, there you go. Jordan Schultz with his goofy little Schultz report card thing that he does. Elgton Jenkins getting released from the Packers, two-time Pro Bowler, veteran, played a lot of football. The Packers who, were, okay, I guess, on the offensive line, moving on from him. Had a big contract. Never been a great run blocker. Had some nice pass blocking moments. Has some guard flexibility from his past. So potential center / left guard here if the Texans want to go shopping. Got that. If the Texans don't sign Tucker or Sayamalo, is there anyone else you would be satisfied with? Posich would probably make some people pretty interested. Ethan Posich. Some people might like that. Joel Bitonio, maybe. Dylan Parham. I feel like they could get something out of Dylan Parham. Can't imagine Zeitler's playing left guard, so probably not signing him. There's a few names. There's a few names, Trey. Appreciate you. Can we get Jenkins? Sure. I'll Texas Duke. I go make the call. Doyle says, great thing about this stream. I can leave for an hour or so. The Texans are right where we left them. Not true, Doyle. Just about an hour ago, Dominique Robinson. Joe says, Jackson Powers Johnson in a trade from Las Vegas. They're not trading him, according to Jeremy Fowler. They're not trading him. Bengals signing Boya Mafe to a 3-year deal. Oh, no. Case Keenum back to the Bears, 2-year deal. Max value at $8 million. No Case Keenum. Saving CJ Stroud as the final quarterback on the roster. He sticks around with Caleb Williams. So no Case Keenum reunion for anybody. Whew. Boy, Mafe, 3 years, $60 million. The deal for the former Seahawks pass rusher who now heads to the Cincinnati Bengals. Whew, big money for Boya Mafe. So all quiet on the Trey Hendrickson front. Nothing there. Sucks the Texans don't want to invest in O-line. Maybe waiting for the price to come down. Travel and food with Malik. You don't win free agency on day one. Come on, Cody. And he started laughing. I don't know if he's telling the truth or he's being just kind of facetious. Cody, just ballparking how many wins for the Seahawks next season, over under 8. I'd take the over. I'd take the over. Ooh. Jaguars are entertaining offers for Brian Thomas Jr. per Connor J. Hughes. The Giants and the Jets have explored Brian Thomas Jr. trades in the past, but Hughes is saying they're listening again. Brian Thomas Jr. I do love this. Nick is taking the Texans as far as Eric Bischoff took WCW. Well, 53 weeks, 56 weeks, whatever it was at the top. I mean, Bischoff did some good stuff. Hollywood, Nick Casario, playing the title belt that they don't have. Okay, so the Texans recap for what they've accomplished here is Dominique Robinson. Between now and 4 o'clock, if something happens, 83 weeks. I always forget the number. 83 weeks. Between now and 4 o'clock, if something happens, we'll break it down on SNL. SNL will have plenty of talk for you. We'll talk about the deals the Texans brought back, a bunch of the players they brought back, and the extensions and the re-signings that they got. We'll also talk about Dominique Robinson a lot. And that's it. We're going to talk about that. And then the leftover offensive lineman that the Texans should sign. And I'm going to text my guy in Green Bay and see what the deal is on Jenkins in case the Texans end up with him. So there you go. Oh, my gosh. The Commanders just signed former Ravens and Chargers pass rush Odafe Owe, a 4-year, $100 million contract, $68 million guaranteed. Golly. And that's the buzzer. That'll be the last one we talk about here in this show. I'll see what I can find out on the Green Bay guy. Talk to my Green Bay guy. See what he says. And Cody, what time are you going offline today? That's typically when Nick makes moves. I'm signing off here in just a moment. I'm giving the Texans that last little second here. All right. Owe, $20 million a year. Headed to the Commanders. See ya. What's the grade on the deal for Dominique Robinson? B. I mean, $4 million. Guy has 3.5 sacks in his career. I go B. Cody, sign back on. Nick makes some moves. We'll be there at SNL at 4 o'clock. So 45 minutes away. And at Texas Speed, Packers released their center. Yeah, I'm going to go try to find out some stuff about him right now. So SNL starting at 4:20 today. 4:20. So got about an hour for the Texans to get something done. 4:20 for SNL. So 4:20. A little bit of a later start time. 4:20. Remember, if you want a Kamari Lassiter rookie card or some other Texans cards, send me an email. I'll randomly pick somebody to win the Kamari card, and then I'll mail some other folks some cards. 4:20 for SNL. So there we go. All right. Dominique Robinson, we'll have everything you need to know about him. We'll get you the latest on what offensive linemen are available for 24S&L. Reminder one more time, Ace Outdoor Solutions sponsored the show today. We appreciate them. From custom pergolas to custom pools to your dream outdoor kitchen to something as simple as a new fence and some new landscaping, Zach and Ace Outdoor Solutions can do it all for you. Give them a call today for a free quote, 346-237-0573. Get all the info in the description down below as well. AceOutdoorSolutions.com. Transform your backyard into the paradise that you deserve with our friends at Ace Outdoor Solutions. From pools to pergolas to that beautiful outdoor kitchen, they can do it all. Ace Outdoor Solutions. 420 for SNL. All right, so moved it back a little bit. Anything the Texans do, we will talk about it. We'll recap some of the biggest moves of the day. And as we do on the live streams each and every time. This is my hope for you. This is my charge for you as well. I want you to eat good. I want you to sleep good. I want you to be good. And we'll talk Texans again soon. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks to Ace Outdoor Solutions for sponsoring the show. Thanks for all the moves that were not the Texans for keeping us busy. And thanks for the Texans for Dominique Robinson for plenty to talk about. And so much more coming your way. SNL 320. See you in about an hour. And then Collective after that. You don't want to miss it. Talk then. Eat good, sleep good, be good. Talk Texans again soon. Hip-hoppity, dip-doppity-doo.